Welcome back to Savage Harry, the channel where wands meet Nichirin blades and wizard rules go out the window. Today's story: what if Harry Potter was secretly a Hashira? It's a big one, so if you're enjoying the ride, hit that like button, smash subscribe, and drop your theories in the comments. It genuinely helps the channel grow. Grab a snack, get comfy, and let's begin. Chapter 1. The silent blade of Hogsmeade. The snow had been falling since before dawn, and Harry Potter was the only one who noticed it had stopped smelling right. He stood at the edge of the high street, just past the warm amber glow spilling out of the 3 broomsticks, and let the wind hit the left side of his face. Butterbeer, pine smoke, fresh bread from Honeyjuke's little kitchen behind the shop, a wet dog somewhere, the sharp mineral bite of old snow that had been trampled too many times, and beneath it all, thin as a thread pulled from a coat, the smell of something that should not have been in Scotland. Iron, sweetness, rot under perfume. "Harry, your nose is going to fall off if you stand there any longer." Hermione Granger appeared at his elbow, her cheeks pink from the cold, her arms full of parcels. "Ron's already eaten half my pepper imps, and I'd rather like a cup of tea before I murder him." 2 minutes, Harry said, not turning his head. "Harry, 2 minutes, Hermione, please." She looked at him properly then. She had known him long enough to recognize the particular stillness that came over him sometimes, the stillness that wasn't Harry at all, but something older he wore like a borrowed cloak. It had started, she thought, the summer after 3rd year, though she could not have said why she thought so. He never explained. He only got quieter and his hands got steadier, and sometimes she would find him sitting on the astronomy tower in the middle of the night staring at nothing with a listening look on his face. 2 minutes, she agreed. "I'm going in. If you die out here, I'll be very cross." Duly noted. She bustled inside, kicking snow off her boots at the threshold. The door fell shut. The high street emptied in that way a Hogsmeade afternoon had of emptying, all at once, as if the village itself had inhaled. Harry closed his eyes. Breathing, real breathing, the kind he had been taught in a mountain hut 1,000 miles and a lifetime from here, was not about air. It was about attention. You drew in the world through your ribs, and you learned where it was wrong. You learned the shape of a place by how the cold moved across your tongue, by which shadows tugged on the hairs at the back of your neck, by the 100 small wrongnesses a village like any other threw off when a thing that wasn't supposed to be there had walked through it. Something had walked through Hogsmeade today, and it hadn't been human. He opened his eyes and followed the scent. It took him through the narrow alley, between gladrags and the boarded-up window of what had once been a potioneer's, past a stack of empty ale barrels, and out into the little graveyard that backed onto the bend of the river. The village ended here. Beyond the wrought iron fence, the ground dropped away into a gully of black pines, and beyond that, the long slope up to Hogwarts. The footprints were very clean and very fresh, and there were too many of them for one person, and whoever had made them had been walking backward. "Clever," Harry murmured, and he almost smiled. He stepped over the fence. Under the coat, under the Weasley jumper Molly had knitted him 2 Christmases ago, between the 2nd and 3rd layer of wool against the small of his back, a sheathed blade lay flat against his skin. The scabbard was black lacquer, plain, unadorned. The cord was dark green. He had carried it every day since his 14th birthday, and not once had he drawn it inside the castle walls, which had been the easier promise, and not once had he drawn it in front of another living human being, which had been the harder one. He drew it now. The blade came out of the sheath with the soft, apologetic sigh a sword makes when it knows it is about to be used for what it was made for. Nichirin steel. Black as a crow's wing down most of its length, but beneath the black, where the winter light slid across the edge, there pulsed a deep and restless red, as if the metal remembered something that had once bled. Harry kept the sword low along his thigh and stepped down into the gully. The pines here were old. The snow between them lay in unbroken shells 6 inches deep, except where the footprints ran, and the footprints ran wrong. They skipped and doubled back. In one place, they climbed the side of a trunk for 10 feet and then dropped off the branch. In another, they simply stopped, as if the thing that had made them had lifted itself into the air and thought better of coming down. "Come on then," Harry said quietly to no one and to someone. He closed his eyes again and breathed. In through the nose, 4 counts. Hold, 4. Out through the mouth, 6. The technique was older than the core themselves. It was older than most of the wizarding families he had grown up reading about in Binz's lectures. Kagaya Ubuyashiki had taught him the counts himself, in a room full of paper screens and the smell of cypress, and then a woman with gold eyes had taught him to listen while he did it, and that had taken him the better part of a year. The forest went transparent. This was the thing he could not explain to Hermione. The world did not dim when he breathed like this, it brightened. The pines stopped being pines and became pillars of living current, their sap singing upward in small green veins. The snow stopped being snow and became 1,000 separate falling shapes, each one caught and held in the air around him. His own heartbeat dropped to a slow, hollow drum, and there, 40 feet to his left, high up in a pine, something that was not a squirrel and not a crow and not a man was watching him. "Ah," Harry said. It dropped. He had time to turn the sword in his hand and plant his feet. It came down not with the careless weight of a falling thing, but with the deliberate bent-kneed grace of a predator, landing in a crouch in the snow 6 paces from him, and when it rose taller than he'd expected. 7 feet. 8. 2 long arms, a child's face. It was wearing what had been a nightshirt and a pair of scuffed leather boots that belonged to a much smaller man. "Oh, look," it said, and its voice was a boy's voice, clear and pleasant. A Hashira came to play. Harry did not answer. He had learned early that demons talked because they wanted you to talk back. They wanted you to be human at them, to feel sorry for them, to hesitate over the child's face. And 9 times out of 10, the child's face was a trick, a thing stitched on to keep your sword from moving. "Oh, don't be rude," the demon said and tilted its head. The tilt kept going. It tilted until its ear touched its own shoulder, and then it kept tilting, and its neck stretched out like a white worm, and its 2 long arms came up in a lazy stretch. A Hashira in the snow, a Hashira without his Haori. "Are you hiding, Hashira?" "Something like that," Harry said. "From who?" "A lot of people." "From us?" "From everyone." The demon laughed, delighted. "Oh, I like you. I'm going to eat your eyes first. You have such pretty eyes, green as my mother's bottle glass." "Do you remember your mother, Hashira? I remember mine. I remember her screaming." "Yes," Harry said. "I remember mine too." He moved. There was a technique Ubuyashiki's granddaughter had tried very seriously to give him a proper name for, and he had very seriously insisted on calling it the first form. She had said star breathing, first form, falling light was a terrible name for a technique. He had said that terrible names were a family tradition. She had not smiled, but her eyes had crinkled. He had taken that as a win. Falling light was a downward cut delivered from a low guard, and it was not a beautiful technique. It was a fast one. The blade came up from his thigh in a short, sharp arc reverse direction at the peak, and came down in a single clean diagonal from the demon's left collarbone to its right hip. The snow around him lifted as if a great hand had slapped the ground under it. The pines took the pressure and shed it as a shiver of dropping white. The demon's laugh became a gasp, became a surprised little "oh" that sounded genuinely, humanly hurt. Its torso parted on the diagonal. The halves hung there for a beat, weightless, and then began, Harry could see it even as he moved, to close. Tissue lashed back to tissue. White sinews whipped across the gap. The demon's child mouth grinned through its own seam. "Not good enough, Hashira," it sang. Harry had not stopped moving. The nature of Nichirin's steel was not well understood outside the core, and even inside the core there were arguments about the metal's character that had taken down entire training halls in the shouting. What was agreed on was this. It was forged from ore that had lain for 1,000 years under the sun of the place called Mount Yama, and it drank in light, and it did not forgive the thing it was made for. A demon could knit itself back together after almost any wound. It could not, if the blade was sharp and the swing was true, knit itself back together after its head was parted from its neck. Harry's second form, Starlight Through Branches, was a horizontal cut delivered at neck height, and he delivered it before the demon had finished crowing. The demon's head came off in the air on the end of its own extended neck, looking extremely surprised, and the snow underneath it turned black with something that was not quite blood. For a moment, just one, Harry allowed himself to watch its eyes. They were child's eyes. Pale blue, there was a light in them. And then the light went out, and the head crumbled, and the body crumbled after it, fingers first. And by the time the wind shifted again, there was only a scuff of ash in the snow and the scuffed leather boots. Empty. Harry stood very still. He slowed his breathing. He counted down, 6 out, 4 hold, 4 in, and let the forest become a forest again. The green veins of the pines stopped singing. The snowfall went back to being snowfall. His heartbeat came up to meet him like a dog greeting a traveler. "Sorry," he said to no one. He said it every time. He had not managed to stop. He cleaned the blade on the inside of his cloak, because the outside still had to look like a schoolboy's cloak, and he slid it back into the scabbard. And he fitted the scabbard back into the discreet harness he had sewn himself at the age of 13. And he walked back out of the gully and over the fence and up the alley between Gladrags and the boarded-up potioneers. And he was knocking snow off his boots at the threshold of the 3 broomsticks 4 minutes after he had left. 2 minutes, he says, Hermione muttered, shoving a mug of something hot across the table at him as he sat down. "I got distracted. You always get distracted. It's a gift." Ron Weasley was halfway through a Cornish pasty and spoke around it. "You look like you've been running. You've got, Harry. Have you got soot on your sleeve?" Harry looked at his sleeve. There was, in fact, a small smear of something like soot just above the cuff, which was a novice's mistake, and he felt a small flare of annoyance with himself. He brushed it off with his thumb as if it were nothing. "Fireplace sparked," he said. "Outside the shop. Fireplaces don't spark outside. This one did. Pass the pasty." Ron passed the pasty. Hermione watched him over her mug of tea. She did not say anything. She had the look she got sometimes, as if she were running sums in her head that the sums did not want to be run. Harry reached for the teapot and poured her another cup before she could notice she wanted it. "Thanks," she said. "Don't mention it." "Harry, are you all right?" He considered it for a moment. Outside the window, a black-haired girl he did not know ran past on an errand, slipped on the ice, caught herself, laughed, and kept going. The snow had started again, in tiny, deliberate flakes. Somewhere above them, the wind was moving the sign of the 3 broomsticks on its iron chain, and the chain was singing, very faintly, the way chains do in cold weather when they have been up a long time. "I'm all right," Harry said, and he meant it, because it was one of the truer things he had said that day. He had known about demons since he was 9 years old. He had not known the word for them until he was 13, and he had not known what to do about them until he was 14. But the knowing had been there like a second heartbeat the whole time, somewhere underneath the Dursleys' cupboard, and the Hogwarts common room, and the Quidditch changing rooms, and all the other mundane rooms of his life. It had started with a dream, which was a stupid way to have it start, and he was aware of how stupid it sounded even as he tried not to think about it. He had been 9 and sleeping on a camp bed in a rented cottage on a Devon cliff. The Dursleys had taken him along that summer by accident, having failed to find a neighbor willing to keep him, and he had dreamed of a red-eyed man in a white coat walking along a beach. The man was beautiful. The man was wrong. In the dream, Harry had hidden behind a rock and watched the man kneel down next to a sleeping fisherman and put his hand very gently over the fisherman's mouth and say, in a voice like silk being pulled through a wedding ring, "You will not mind this, I think. I think you will not mind this at all." Harry had woken up with his mouth full of blood. He had bitten through his lower lip. He had gone to the loo and spat into the sink and looked at his reflection and known, without being told, that it had not been a dream. The man had had red eyes. The fisherman had not woken up. The papers the next week had reported a local man gone missing, presumed drowned, though no body had ever washed ashore. Harry had read the story 3 times in the library and had then closed the book and sat on the floor and known in his bones that something in the world was eating people and going unpunished. He had not done anything about it because he had been 9, and because a month later a giant had knocked down the door of a seaside shack and told him he was a wizard, and most of the business of the next few years had involved trolls and basilisks and hippogriffs, none of which had red eyes and silk voices. The red-eyed man had come back 4 summers later. Not in a dream this time. He had come back in an article in a Japanese trade paper that Hermione, of all people, had handed Harry across the Gryffindor table one wet autumn morning in their 3rd year, because she had been trying to teach herself kanji out of spite for Snape. The article had been about a string of disappearances in a mountain prefecture. The article had not had a photograph, but on the facing page, in an advertisement for some kind of mineral water, there had been a black-and-white photograph of the cliffs above the prefecture, and in the photograph a man had been standing very far off in a white coat, and even at that distance, and even in black and white, Harry had known his face. "Hermione," he had said very carefully, "does this paper say where this cliff is?" "Why?" "Because I think I'd like to go there." "Harry, we can't just—" "I know." He had gone anyway. He had gone at Christmas that year. Under a spell so crude he was still surprised it had worked. He had told Sirius he was going to Molly's, and told Molly he was going to Sirius's. And then he had cashed out a small and careful amount of galleons at Gringotts and bought a Muggle plane ticket on a passport a 5th-year Ravenclaw had forged for him in exchange for 2 years' worth of Potter Quidditch autographs. He had flown 12,000 miles. He had landed in a country where no one knew his name, and he had climbed a mountain in the wrong shoes, and at the top of the mountain, in a pine grove full of small stone lanterns, he had met a blind man in a kimono who had smiled at him before he had said a word. "Ah," the blind man had said. "The boy from the dream, you are late," Harry had stared. "I was waiting," the blind man had said. "I have been waiting since you were 9. Come in out of the wind, child." The blind man's name had been Kagaya Ubuyashiki, and he had been dying then as he was dying still, though more slowly than Harry had first feared, and he had told Harry, in a soft voice over a cup of tea, so hot Harry had burned his tongue on the first sip, that the creatures with the red eyes were called demons, and that they had been eating human beings for more than 1,000 years, and that there was a corps of swordsmen who hunted them, and that Harry's mother had been one of them. My what? Your mother." "My mother was a witch. Yes, also, my mother was." "Your mother," Ubuyashiki had said gently, "was 2 things at once, and she loved you very much, and she wrote a letter that I have been keeping for you for 13 years. Would you like to see it, Harry Potter?" He had read it with his hands shaking. It had been short. If you are reading this, Lily Potter had written in a neat schoolgirl hand on a sheet of rice paper tucked inside a black lacquer box, then you know about them. "I am sorry, you know. I had hoped you would not. I am going to teach you, as soon as you are old enough, as my own mother taught me, but if you are reading this letter and I am not the one handing it to you, then I was not able. Trust Kagaya Ubuyashiki. He was my mother's friend. Learn, live, look after your father if you can, I love you. And Harry, remember that the sun belongs to us, not to them, never to them. The sun was ours first." Harry had looked up at Ubuyashiki, and Ubuyashiki had smiled at him like a grandfather, and the next 11 months had been the hardest of Harry Potter's short, hard life. He came back to the 3 broomsticks with a jolt as Ron elbowed him hard in the ribs. "Oi. Hermione asked you a question 3 times. Sorry, miles away." Hermione was watching him with her head tilted at a very small angle, and he could feel her running sums again. He smiled at her. She did not smile back, but her shoulders came down a little. "I was asking," she said, "whether you had any plans for the evening that did not involve Quidditch, because there is a very large stack of books in the library that you promised to help me carry." "I did no such thing." "You did. I can't remember doing it." "That, Harry, is because you were trying to flirt with Cho Chang at the time, and you would have agreed to carry the entire Hebridean coastline if she had asked." Ron choked on his pasty. "I was not flirting with Cho Chang. You were. I was breathing in her direction. That isn't flirting." "For you, Harry, it is." He laughed. He did not have to pretend at it. The warm, small, pub laugh of a schoolboy came up in his chest and came out of his mouth without any effort at all. And for a blessed moment, he was not the boy who had just cut a demon in half in a gully outside the village. He was 14 and he had friends, and there was gravy on the table, and his best mate had cheese in his hair, and the girl he sometimes flirted with was 3 tables over laughing with a friend, and the snow outside was falling in very small, very deliberate flakes. He would take this. He would take it while it lasted. "Books," he said. "Fine, yes, I'll carry the books, but we're getting chips first. We just ate." Ron's still eating. "I've been eating for 20 minutes," Ron agreed cheerfully, "and I'll be eating for 20 more." "See, Hermione?" "Oh, the pair of you." The pub door slammed open. Every head in the room turned. A tall man in a Hogsmeade constable's hat was standing in the door, snow halfway up his boots, his face the color of old paper. He was not looking at anyone, he was looking through them. "All right," he said. "All right, all right. The road up to the castle, don't take the short way through the graveyard. Bit of a mess down there. Aurors are coming. Don't make a scene, any of you, just don't take the short way." The pub went very quiet. Madame Rosmerta, behind the bar, set down the glass she had been polishing. "What kind of mess, Patrick?" "The kind with blood, Rose." Ron put his pasty down. "Oh, Merlin," Hermione whispered. Harry did not whisper anything. He drank his tea. He made his face go still in the specific way he had practiced in a paper-walled room a long way from here. He did not look at his sleeve, where he had brushed off the last of the demon ash. He did not look at his bag, where under his spare jumper the black lacquer scabbard lay snug against a paperback copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard. He looked at Hermione. "Well," he said, "we'll go the long way then." "Harry, the long way, Hermione." There was something in his voice, not anger, not fear, but a very grown-up steadiness that did not belong in the mouth of a 14-year-old boy, that stopped her from arguing. She nodded, slowly. Ron looked between them and decided, as he often did lately, that he did not understand the current conversation and would eat his way through the confusion. They paid their bill. They bundled up. They stepped out into the thickening snow. Behind them, the pub door swung shut with a soft, final click, and ahead of them the road up to Hogwarts was long and white and quiet. Harry walked in the middle, his friends on either side, his sword under his coat, his mother's letter folded inside his breast pocket where it had lived for 11 months. "Remember that the sun belongs to us." The wind off the mountain was cold. He let it hit the left side of his face and tried to taste, on the back of his tongue, whether it was bringing anything he did not like. "Not today," it said. "Not for a little while yet." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding, and he smiled, a small, tight, private smile, the kind Ubuyashiki would have approved of, and he walked his friends home. Behind them, in the gully beyond the graveyard, the snow was already filling in a pair of scuffed leather boots. It was past curfew when Harry came back out of the Gryffindor common room. He had not used the invisibility cloak. He had not needed to. There were ways of moving through a castle that did not require fabric of the ancients, and Filch had gone to bed an hour ago with a dram of something unlabeled, and Mrs. Norris was down in the dungeons hunting a rat that was not, technically, a rat. Harry walked down from the 7th floor to the entrance hall in his stockinged feet, carrying his boots in one hand and his sword in the other, and he did not make a sound. The doors to the great hall were ajar. Inside, a single candle was burning on the staff table. Dumbledore, who did not sleep very much, looked up from the piece of parchment he was working on without any appearance of surprise. "Ah, Harry, you are up late." "So are you, sir. I find I require less sleep as I grow older. I have been told this is a lie my own body is telling me." He folded his parchment in half. "Is something troubling you, my boy?" Harry stood in the doorway for a long moment. He had not told Dumbledore. He had promised Ubuyashiki he would tell no one, not his friends, not his godfather, not the Order, not even, Ubuyashiki had said with a tired smile, "the very great wizard who has been so kind to you and so inconvenient for us." The core had survived for 1,000 years, Ubuyashiki had said, by never ever, not once, being the subject of a headline. Harry had understood, but something in the snow tonight had bothered him. The demon in the gully had been small. A lower moon at best, Ubuyashiki would have said, perhaps not even numbered. A scavenger. A new one. Demons like that did not come to rural Scotland. Demons like that did not wander out of Japan into the Highlands on a winter Saturday, unless someone had sent them, or unless something had drawn them, and Harry Potter did not like either of those possibilities. He walked into the hall. He set his boots down at the foot of the staff table and laid his sheathed sword across his lap and sat on the bottom step, and he said, "Sir, do you know anything about creatures that look like men but aren't?" Dumbledore's half-moon glasses caught the candle for a moment. "A great deal," he said softly. "A great deal, Harry. Would you like to be specific?" "Not yet. As you wish. I just wanted to know if you knew." "I know, Harry." Harry looked up at him. There was nothing on Dumbledore's face, and also there was everything. The candle threw his shadow long across the flagstones, and his eyes, when they met Harry's, were very blue and very old, and something in them was neither surprised nor afraid. "I have known since I was 23, Dumbledore said at last. "I have met your instructor. He is a good man, and a patient one, and I owe him a very considerable favor which I suspect he will someday ask me to repay. I have not spoken of him to you, because he asked me not to. You have been well taught, Harry. I am, though I was not certain until tonight that you were ready to be told I knew, I am very glad that you were found." Harry opened his mouth. Harry closed his mouth. Dumbledore stood. He was a very tall old man in a very old robe, and the way he crossed the hall made no sound at all. He reached the bottom step and put a hand lightly as a handful of snow, on Harry's shoulder. "There was blood in the gully tonight," he said. "The Aurors believe it was a wolf. I believe otherwise." "Yes, sir. Was it yours to take?" "Yes, sir." "Then thank you." A pause. "Are you hurt?" "No, sir." "Then go to bed, Harry." "Sir, go to bed." Harry went to bed. He did not go to sleep. He lay in his four-poster with the hangings pulled, and the sword across his chest, and the letter from his mother folded under his pillow. And he listened to Ron snoring, and to Neville mumbling in a dream, and to Dean and Seamus arguing in the dream they always shared about Muggle football, and he thought about red eyes on a beach in Devon, and he thought about the child's face in the gully, and he thought about the fact that Albus Dumbledore had known all along. He did not know whether to be angry or grateful. "Tomorrow," he said aloud very softly into the red dark of the hangings, "tomorrow I will be angry or grateful. Tonight I will breathe." He breathed. He counted 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out, and the castle settled around him like a very large animal getting comfortable on the hearth. And the stone of Hogwarts itself, he could feel it, now that he was listening, was singing, very faintly, in a key he did not recognize, and he thought, distantly, as sleep came up to meet him, "There is more here than anyone has told me." He slept. Outside, in the gully beyond Hogsmeade, an Auror with a lantern was writing the word "wolf" very firmly in a notebook. And above the forbidden forest, for one brief, uninterested second, something in a tall white coat looked down from a branch in a way that was not the way a bird looks down, and considered the castle, and considered the snow, and was gone. The mountain hut had been colder than any English winter Harry had ever stood through, and the blind man had laughed at him the first time he had tried to draw a sword. "No, no, no," Kagaya Ubuyashiki had said from his seat on the porch, his hands folded in his lap and his face tilted up toward a sun he could not see. "Put it down, child. You are holding it as if it were a cricket bat. It's heavy." "It is not heavy. You are heavy. You are full of, what is the word, trauma? Yes, trauma and anger and a 14-year-old boy's opinion of how things ought to go. Put the sword down. Go and fetch me some water." Harry had put the sword down. Harry had fetched the water. Harry had returned to find the blind man still smiling in the direction of the unseen sun and still holding out his cup, and he had poured the water in, and the blind man had said, without turning his head, "Now try." And Harry had picked the sword up, and it had not felt heavy. "I don't, how? You are not holding your anger for a moment. You are holding a cup of water for an old man. Your body remembers. Pick the sword up the way you just picked up the cup. There, yes, there, do you see?" He had not seen. He had felt it, though, which was apparently close enough for government work. Ubuyashiki had smiled. "Good, now we begin." The first month, they had not spoken about demons. They had spoken about breath. They had spoken about where his ribs joined his spine, and about the quiet space at the bottom of an exhale, and about how to walk across a wooden floor without the boards knowing you had come. They had spoken about the names of very small birds. They had spoken, once, for an entire afternoon, about a particular variety of plum. Harry had been furious the whole first week and bored the second and bewildered the third. And then on the 22nd day, he had woken up before dawn without meaning to and had gone out onto the porch and sat down next to the blind man without a word. And they had watched, or in one case, listened to, the sun come up over a valley neither of them owned, and Ubuyashiki had said, at last, "Now we will speak about demons." Harry still remembered the way his hands had gone cold. The first demon, Ubuyashiki had said, was a man. A man? A young man, a sick young man. More than 1,000 years ago, in this country, in the house of a foolish physician, a young nobleman with a weak body was given a medicine that was not medicine. His body was healed. His soul was hollowed. He did not die in the sunlight the next morning. He did not die at all. He has not died yet. His name is Muzan Kibitsuji, and every demon that has ever walked this earth or any other has drunk, somewhere in its bloodline, a drop of his blood. Everyone? Everyone. So if we kill him, Ubuyashiki had smiled very faintly. Yes, if we kill him, his children die, all of them, in one instant. The core has tried for 1,000 years. We have not succeeded yet. We will eventually. My house has been promised it. My house has paid for it. Do you understand, Harry Potter? No, sir. Good, you are honest. That will help. Ubuyashiki had reached out one thin hand, and Harry had taken it because it had seemed the thing to do. You are here because 100 years ago a young Englishwoman from a very old wizarding family met a young swordsman from a very old samurai family in a tea house in Yokohama, and they liked one another very much, and one thing led to another, and their daughter married into another old wizarding family, and their granddaughter, your mother, Harry, grew up with a wand in one hand and a sword in the other. Her mother trained her. Her mother's mother had trained her mother. And when your mother was 19, she came here to this porch and sat where you are sitting now, and I was her teacher for 2 years, and at the end of those 2 years, I put her back on a ship to England with a Nichirin blade of her own, and with the understanding that she was the only Hashira her country had. Her country did not know. She did not want it to know. Her country had its own wars, and she thought, she was right, I think, that she could not fight 2 of them at once and live. Hashira, pillar, the highest rank of the corps, there are 9 at any given time. Your mother was one of them. Harry had not said anything for a long time. She wrote you a letter, Ubuyashiki had said. You said. I did say, I have it here. Would you like it now or later? Later, Harry had said, and then immediately, now. Ubuyashiki had laughed and had given him the letter and had let him cry on the porch for as long as he had needed to, and had then, with no transition at all, and with a cup of tea that had appeared as if grown from the floorboards, said, Good, now we will begin with the first form. The first form had taken Harry 6 weeks to learn to do properly, and 2 years to learn to do well, and he still, on days he was tired, did it badly. Ubuyashiki had watched without eyes and corrected without shouting. Lower your left shoulder. No lower, no Harry, the other left, there, now swing. No, you are chopping, this is not firewood, it is not a hex. It is a line, draw a line in the air. Yes, yes, again. There had been other teachers after Ubuyashiki. A woman named Amain, Ubuyashiki's wife, who had corrected Harry's footwork and who had been, in her quiet way, the most terrifying person Harry had ever met. A girl his own age named Kanata, one of Ubuyashiki's 4 daughters, who had taught him how to maintain a Nichirin blade and who had laughed at him when he had dropped the oilstone in the sink. A man named Hagenzuka, a swordsmith of the corps, who had wept openly the first time Harry's forging ore had turned the blade black and red instead of black and white, because, he had said, between sobs, he had not forged for a star-colored blade in 40 years and had thought he would die without doing so again. Star, Harry had said. Star, Hagenzuka had agreed, wiping his nose on his sleeve. The old color, the color before the others. Your mother's was sunlight. Hers burned white. Yours is, oh child, yours is the color before the dawn. Is that good? Hagenzuka had looked at him with genuine astonishment. Is that, child, that is how we knew you were ready. We did not invent the star. It invented itself. It told us. Oh child, how did you manage to get raised without knowing any of this? My aunt mostly fed me tinned beans, Harry had said, and had immediately felt that this did not fully answer the question. Hagenzuka had wept for a further 20 minutes and had then made him tea and had not let him leave the forge until he had correctly named every part of the sword twice in 2 languages. In the middle of his 14th summer, Kagaya Ubuyashiki had said, You are ready. Ready for what, sir? To be a Hashira. Harry had laughed. He had thought it was a joke. It had, almost immediately, stopped being funny. Sir, I'm 14. You are 14 and you have killed 3 demons in the valley behind this hut, 2 by yourself and 1 with help. You breathe correctly. Your footwork has been passable for 6 weeks and good for 2. Hagenzuka loves you, which is the highest compliment he has paid a swordsman in 12 years. You are a Hashira, Harry. It is not a rank I bestow. It is a truth I name. The Corps will know. They will not always like it. They will know. Sir, go home, Harry. Go back to your school. Live the life your mother wanted for you. Study magic. Play your sport. Love your friends. Do not seek demons. If demons come to you, kill them. When we need you, we will call. When you need us, call. Do you understand? I understand. And Harry, yes, sir. Do not die. Harry had promised he would try not to. He had kept the promise so far on a technicality. In the morning, after the night in the Great Hall, Harry woke to find Hermione Granger sitting at the foot of his bed. Hermione, he said, sitting up in alarm because Hermione Granger did not come into the boys' dormitory, you are not allowed in here. The staircase didn't throw me out. Hermione, Harry, there was a murder last night, in the village. A man. The paper is calling it a wolf and the paper is wrong. Ron is downstairs eating his way through 4 boxes of kippers. I want to talk to you. She did not look angry. She looked, in fact, patient in a very particular way that Harry knew meant she had been up for hours and had been reading, and had arrived at a conclusion she intended to share. He rubbed his face. Hermione, don't lie to me. I'm not going to make a scene. Ron is Ron, and I love him, but he is not going to help me think about this. I need you to not lie to me. When I ask a question, I need you to answer. Nod if you agree. He nodded slowly. Good. She folded her hands in her lap. Question 1, do you know what killed that man? Not that man specifically. Harry, I know what probably killed him. Yes. Was it a creature? Yes. Is the creature still in Hogsmeade? Number, because you killed it. It was not a question. Harry looked at her for a very long moment. He looked at her brown eyes, which were not cold, and her clasped hands, which were very slightly shaking, and her Gryffindor tie, which she had put on even though it was Sunday, and he thought about how she had carried his books to the hospital wing last year without being asked, and how she had sat with him the night his godfather had been dragged through the veil in a dream he had not told anyone about, and he thought, I have been lying to her for a year and a half. Yes, he said. How? With a sword. You do not own a sword? I do. I have owned one since my 14th birthday. It is in a harness under my jumper. Would you like to see it? She stared at him. She stared at him for so long that he started to think she might faint, and he shifted forward to catch her, but she did not faint. She blinked. She made a small, almost sensible-sounding sound in the back of her throat. She said, Yes, I would, thank you. He showed her. She looked at the scabbard. She touched, very carefully, the dark green cord. She did not ask to see the blade drawn, which was the mark of a person who had read enough books to know that Nichirin's steel did not come out of the sheath for demonstrations. She inhaled once sharply through her nose and she sat back. Who taught you? A blind man in Japan. When? Summer after 2nd year and the summer after 3rd, and not for very long at Christmas 3rd year, which is why my marks fell off a cliff that January. Harry, yes. You have been doing this for 2 years? Yes. While we were chasing the heir of Slytherin? Yes. And you did not tell me. Hermione, I am not angry. She put up one hand. I reserve the right to be angry later. Right now I am getting my feet under me. Don't comfort me, let me think. She closed her eyes for a long moment, opened them. All right, the creature. Is it? Demon? Yes. Is there more than one? There are a great many. They eat people. They are not dark creatures the way the ministry means the term. They are not in any of our books. There is a separate organization, a separate world almost. My mother was part of it. I am part of it. Dumbledore knows. No one else in the school does. Dumbledore. Yes. Dumbledore. Yes, Hermione Dumbledore. She sat with that for a moment. All right, she said eventually. Secondly, what does this have to do with the man in the village? I don't know yet. Harry, Hermione, I genuinely don't know. Demons don't usually come here. Scotland is cold and wet and there aren't enough people on a hillside to make it worth their while. Something or someone brought that one here, and the part I don't know is what that means. And you intend to find out? Yes. Without telling me, he hesitated. I have lied to you for 2 years, he said, by not telling you what I was doing in the summers, and I am tired of it. If you want in, you are in. If you want me to leave you out, I will. But I am not going to lie to you again. She looked at him. Her brown eyes filled, briefly, with something that was not fear or anger but something harder and more tired, and more like love than either of those things. She wiped them on the back of her hand, crossly, as if she resented her own tear ducts. "You absolute," she started, "I know. You absolute idiot, Harry Potter. I know. If you ever go off somewhere to die without telling me, I will track down your corpse and hex it." "Noted. Noted," she mimicked furiously. "Noted. Oh, get up, get dressed. We are going to breakfast. Ron can have the kippers and I am going to eat 2 pieces of toast and plan my life. And then, Harry Potter, then, you are going to tell me everything." "Yes, Hermione. And you are going to let me help." "Yes, Hermione. And you are going to stop pretending to be an ordinary 14-year-old wizard when you are, in fact, an entirely different sort of person." "Yes, Hermione." "Good." She stood up, pulled herself together with visible effort, and marched out of the dormitory with the kind of stiff-backed dignity that belonged to very small cats walking out of rooms they had been thrown out of. At the door, she turned. "Harry, I am glad you are alive." "Thank you, Hermione." "I am also glad," she said, very carefully, as if trying out the words, "that you are, what did you say it was, a Hashira?" "I did not say the word." "You didn't have to. The blind man in Japan, the sword. The way you look at doorways. I have been reading 3 books a day for 2 years, Harry. I have the vocabulary." "Of course you do. Don't be cheeky." "Yes, Hermione." She smiled at him, small, almost shy, and then she left, and Harry Potter sat for a moment on the edge of his bed in his pajamas with his Nichirin blade on his lap and his mother's letter in his pillow, and he let out a breath he realized he had been holding, in some form, for a year and a half. The sword on his lap caught the morning sun through the dormitory window. The black of it pulsed once with a soft, deep red. He ran his thumb along the flat of the blade, and the red answered, very faintly, like a cat purring in another room. "All right, Mum," he said. "All right." He got dressed. He went down to breakfast, where Ron was halfway through a plate of kippers and Hermione was buttering her toast in a way that suggested she intended to conquer a small country with it. And he ate, and he laughed at Ron's impression of Snape. And he flirted, a little, with Cho Chang at the Ravenclaw table. And he caught, across the great hall, Dumbledore's eye over the rim of his goblet, and the old headmaster inclined his head once very slightly, and did not smile. Harry did not smile back. Above them, bewitched to show a sky it did not quite match, the ceiling of the great hall was showing a morning of thin, high, racing clouds. Out of the forbidden forest, if you had been looking, you might have seen a single thread of smoke climbing up through the pines, not from a hearth, not from a campfire, but from something on a high branch that had been watching the castle for most of the night and had only now, with the sunrise, decided it had seen enough. It turned. It went back into the trees. It went, Harry would learn much later, to make its report, and the snow at last stopped falling. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, Breath of the 12 Stars. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which was the wrong day for it. Hogwarts owls came on Fridays mostly, and the odd Saturday, ministry owls came whenever they liked, because the ministry liked to pretend it could not be inconvenienced. But the owl that dropped onto Harry's shoulder in the middle of defense against the dark arts was neither Hogwarts nor ministry. It was a small gray one with a very flat face. It smelled, distinctly, of cypress, and the little bamboo tube tied to its leg was marked with a seal Harry had last seen on the inside of a lacquer box on a porch 11,000 miles away. He caught the owl without thinking about it, which was a mistake, because the new defense teacher was the sort of person who noticed catching. "Mr. Potter," said Dolor's Umbridge, in a voice that was not quite a voice, "we are not in the habit of receiving personal correspondence during lessons." "No, ma'am. And yet," Harry said, unhooking the tube, "it seems to have happened anyway." Ron, next to him, made the soft wheezing noise that was his trying not to laugh. Hermione, across the aisle, gave Harry a look that said, very clearly, "Harry Potter, I will throttle you if you get detention again this week." Harry gave her a look back that said, "I will try not to, but I make no promises." Umbridge's pale pink cardigan shifted slightly as she moved. There was a kitten brooch on it today. Harry had been counting the kittens since she had arrived. He was up to 17. Hem. "Yes, ma'am. Place the tube on my desk, please, Mr. Potter." Ma'am, on my desk. Harry did not move. Ron went still next to him. Somewhere in the back of the classroom, a Slytherin boy whose name Harry could never remember coughed in a way that was almost certainly on purpose. Under the desk, Harry ran his thumb, very lightly, along the edge of the bamboo tube. The seal on it was intact. The owl on his shoulder was nibbling his ear in a companionable way that small core owls were trained to do when nothing was wrong. The air in the classroom smelled of parchment and chalk and Dolar's Umbridge's violet water, and underneath all of that, just at the threshold of what he could catch with his mouth open and his jaw slack, the thin, sweet mineral note of cypress from whatever was inside the tube. It did not smell of iron. It did not smell of rot under perfume. The letter was not a trap. He let out the breath he had been holding. "Yes, ma'am," he said, and walked his owl up to the front of the room and laid the bamboo tube, gently, neatly, on the corner of her desk. The owl hopped off his shoulder onto the pink blotter and pecked once with considerable accuracy at the tip of Umbridge's quill. She smiled her very small smile at him. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Don't mention it, ma'am. 10 points from Gryffindor for receiving mail in lesson." "Yes, ma'am. And detention this Saturday." "Yes, ma'am." She watched him walk back to his seat with a placid, pleased look, the look of a woman watching a very slow cat cross a kitchen floor. Harry sat down. Ron's knee pressed against his under the desk. Hermione flicked her eyes at him and then at the desk, with the clear, unspoken instruction to get it back after class and tell us everything. He nodded once very slightly. Behind him, in the third row, a fifth-year Ravenclaw boy he didn't know was leaning forward on his elbows, very still, very interested. Harry noted the boy without looking at him directly, which was a trick Ubuyashiki had taught him on the porch one afternoon. Look at the world around the person, and you will see them more sharply than if you look at them. The boy was handsome. Too handsome, maybe. The kind of handsome that made the other girls in the row lane very slightly away from him, without knowing they were doing it. His nails were trimmed too short. His shoes were too well polished for a fifth year. Harry put the boy on a mental shelf and went back to his notes. "Today," Umbridge was saying, picking up her little pink wand and tapping the board, "we will be reading Chapter 5, which is about the theoretical foundations of counterjinxes that most students should not attempt." Harry read Chapter 5. Part of him did. The other part of him counted the Ravenclaw boy's breaths. 12 per minute. Very shallow. Too shallow for a boy that tall. Harry counted his own breaths. 4 per minute. Very deep. Because he was running a low-level breathing pattern, he had been running in most of his classes for the better part of a year now, and no one had ever noticed. Even Hermione had only noticed 3 days ago. A fifth-year Ravenclaw with 12 breaths a minute should not, he was fairly sure, have been holding them. Unless, of course, the fifth-year Ravenclaw did not actually need to breathe. "Harry," Ron's whisper. "Your feather's on fire." Harry looked down. His quill was, indeed, very slowly smoking. His knuckles on the desk were white. He had been holding on to the wood too hard. "Oh," he said, and let go and shook out his hand and spelled the smoke off with a practiced, absent-minded twist of his fingers. "Thanks, mate. You're doing the thing. I'm fine. You're doing the Harry thing where you look at people like you're going to stab them. I'm not going to stab anyone. You look like you're going to stab that boy over there. What's his name?" "I don't know his name. That's the thing that worries me." Harry, despite himself, smiled. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter." "Yes, ma'am. If you have something so important to say to each other that you cannot be silent about it during my class, perhaps you would like to share it with all of us." Ron opened his mouth. Harry kicked him neatly in the shin. "We were discussing the passage, ma'am," Harry said. "Were you?" "Yes, ma'am. Ron was asking me about the historical application of counterjinxes in the 16th century. "Indeed. Yes, ma'am. And what did you say, Mr. Potter?" "I said they didn't have them." There was a long pause. "Is that so, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, ma'am. The term counterjinx wasn't coined until 1603. Before that it was generally rebuttal hex or, in some of the older French texts, contralancement. You can see it in the footnotes on page 62. Umbridge's eyes went briefly cold. "I see you have been reading." "Yes, ma'am. How enterprising. Thank you, ma'am. Detention will be an hour longer." "Yes, ma'am." She tapped the board again and went back to her lecture, and Ron, under the desk, pressed his knee so hard into Harry's that Harry nearly yelped. Ron's expression had gone past amusement into something like awe. Hermione, from across the aisle, was not looking at either of them, which was the clearest possible sign that she was furious with Harry on principle and proud of him despite herself. The bell rang. Harry went up to the desk, collected the bamboo tube, said, "Thank you, ma'am," as politely as he could manage, and walked out. The little gray owl launched itself from the blotter and followed him into the corridor, where it resumed its perch on his shoulder. It nibbled his ear again. Harry fed it a sliver of dried fish from the pouch he kept in his inner pocket. Long trip, was it? The owl pecked neatly at a strand of his hair. "Right, I'll open it upstairs. No use hurrying. Come on." He did not open the tube in the corridor. He did not open it in the Gryffindor common room, which had 12 people in it and Fred and George setting something on fire in the corner. He went up to the dormitory, which was empty, and he sat on his bed, and Hermione and Ron came up 2 minutes behind him, and Hermione magically locked the door, which Harry had not, in their 4.5 years of friendship, ever seen her do, and sat down on the end of his bed with the air of someone who intended to stay there until the matter was resolved. "Right," she said. "Open it." Harry opened it. The paper was a thin rice paper, the kind he had seen Ubuyashiki's daughters write on, and the ink was the particular deep brown that the Ubuyashiki house made from a certain kind of bark. The hand was not Ubuyashiki's. Ubuyashiki's hand had, the last time Harry had seen it, been barely able to hold a brush. This was a younger hand, small, round, careful, with a very slight leftward slope. Harry read it through once in silence. Then he read it again. Then he said, in a voice that was a little tighter than he meant it to be, "There's been an attack." "Where?" "Yokohama." "How many?" "A lot," Harry said. 47 so far, in one night. There hasn't been a single night total like that in 60 years. Ron sat down heavily on his own bed. 47 people? 47 people. Blimey. Yes. Hermione was already reaching for the letter. Harry let her take it. He watched her eyes move across the brown ink, not in Japanese. She couldn't read Japanese, but whoever had written it had written in English, with the very particular phrasing of someone who had learned the language from an aunt, and he watched her lips press together, and he watched her set the letter down and fold her hands very deliberately in her lap. "Harry." "I know. Harry, they are asking you to come." "I can read, Hermione." "They are asking you to come now, in the middle of term." "Yes." "Are you going to?" He thought about it honestly for a long moment. Then he shook his head. No. Number not yet. The letter's from Kanata, Ubuyashiki's youngest. She's asking it's a formality. She has to ask. The core is stretched thin and they have to officially request every Hashira who isn't in the country. But the actual assignment, she says here, she says if I have my own work where I am to stay. They have Gyomai. They have Obanai. They have Mitsuri. They have enough Hashira on the ground to handle a lower moon outbreak. She's telling me between the lines to stay, to deal with what's coming here. What's coming here? I don't know yet. Hermione looked at him. Harry. I don't know, Hermione. I know there's been one demon in Hogsmeade. I know there's a boy in the 5th row of defense who holds his breath like he doesn't need it. I know Dolar's Umbridge is not behaving like a person who has nothing to hide. I know Dumbledore looked at me across the Great Hall last Sunday as if he had been waiting for me to look back. That is 4 things. 1 demon, 1 suspect, 1 politician, 1 headmaster. I do not know yet which of those is connected to which, and I will not know until one of them moves. A boy in the 5th row. 5th-year Ravenclaw, breathes 12 a minute, nails too short, shoes too shiny, you won't have noticed him. What's his name? I don't know his name. Ron cleared his throat. Arcturus Vane, he said. They both looked at him. What? Ron said defensively. I know things. He's in my divination class. He joined this term, came in from Durmstrang, or so he says. Durmstrang is in the Baltic, Hermione said. Yeah. Ravenclaws don't usually come in from Durmstrang. Yeah. And he's too handsome, Ron said. I've been meaning to tell you about him. I thought it was just me being weird. But his face is like... It's a kind of face that goes, look at me. You know, Harry nodded slowly. Yes, he said. I know, we'll look at him, both of us, all 3 of us, quietly. Harry, Yes, Hermione. Are we, she hesitated. Are we then? Are we in it with you? You said you wanted to be. I did. You still do? Yes. Ron looked between them. He looked at the letter in Hermione's hand, and at the bamboo tube on the bed, and at the little gray owl preening on Harry's wardrobe, and at the scabbard barely visible under Harry's half-undone school jumper, and he said, I am not going to pretend I know what's happening. And I am going to need someone to explain the word Hashira more than once, probably. And I want it on record that the thing where you're 14 and you have a secret sword, and the secret sword kills secret monsters from Japan, is the most ridiculous thing that has ever happened to us, and we once fought a 1,000-year-old snake. Noted. But yes, I'm in. Obviously I'm in. Harry, mate, you're my brother. I'm not going to let you have all the secret swords without me. Harry laughed. He did not expect to, but he did. All right. All right? All right. Then we start with Vane. Come on. They did not attack Arcturus Vane. You did not attack a demon inside a castle full of children unless you were trying to get the castle burned down, and you certainly did not attack a demon whose name sounded like a very old pureblood alias and whom several members of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team had already developed public crushes on. What you did, instead, was you watched him. They watched him for a week. Harry learned the following things about Arcturus Vane in that week. First, he did not eat in the Great Hall. He took a plate. He sat at the Ravenclaw table. He moved food around on the plate for the duration of a meal, but he did not, as far as Harry could see, ever put a forkful into his mouth. Twice, when Harry had watched him very closely, Vane had raised a fork to his lips and stopped, as if he had been caught, and had set the fork back down and smiled apologetically at whoever he was sitting next to. The smile was always correct. Second, he did not go to the astronomy tower at night, which was strange for a Ravenclaw. Third, he did not go outside during the day. Fourth, he had a roommate, a small, nervous fourth year named Anthony Goldstein, who had developed, in the first 3 weeks of term, a persistent cough. That's not a cough, Hermione said, on the 6th day, as they stood in the corridor outside the Great Hall pretending to look at a notice board. That's Harry, that boy isn't coughing, that boy is being bled. I know. Harry, I know, Hermione. We will, quietly, I don't want him to run. He isn't going to run from a 14-year-old. He will, Harry said, if I draw my sword in front of him because he'll know exactly what it is and he'll know exactly what I am. Demons aren't stupid. They share information with each other. If this one came here on purpose, he has been told about me. And I would rather he didn't know he'd been made. How are we going to? There's a trick. A trick, Harry said patiently, that Ubuyashiki taught me on a Tuesday in August. It takes 3 people. 2 of them distract. 1 of them cuts. Are you up for it? Yes. Ron? I am distracting already, Ron said with dignity. This is my natural state. Harry laughed and they went back to work. They set it up for the next Hogsmeade weekend. That was the sensible time. Vane had, on a hunch Harry trusted because the hunch came from the back of his tongue and not from his brain, been circling a girl named Penelope Crichton for the better part of 3 days. Penelope Crichton, being 15 and flattered, had predictably said yes when Vane had asked if she would walk with him to Hogsmeade on Saturday. She had giggled. Vane had smiled his very correct smile. Harry, watching from 4 tables away, had thought, I am going to kill you by lunchtime. Saturday came cold and bright and very still. Penelope Crichton and Arcturus Vane walked down the high street together arm in arm, and Penelope was laughing at something Vane had said, and Vane was listening to her laugh with the attentive, dutiful air of a man listening to a song he had been told he was supposed to enjoy. They passed Gladrags. They passed Honeydukes. They passed the 3 broomsticks. They turned, at Vane's suggestion, down the little lane behind the Hog's Head. Harry was already there. He was sitting on a barrel with his back against a stone wall and his hands folded in his lap and his eyes closed, which was the trick. Demons smelled intention, and Harry Potter had been working since dawn to have no intention at all. His breathing was slow. His heart was slow. The sword under his coat was oiled and warmed against his skin. He was, for all practical purposes, a piece of furniture. The couple came around the corner. Vane saw him at once, of course. Demons saw everything. But Vane, as Harry had hoped, did not run, because Harry looked like a 14-year-old boy asleep on a barrel, and Vane could not afford, in a wizarding village in daylight, in front of a girl he was about to drag into a shed, to look nervous about a 14-year-old boy asleep on a barrel. Vane walked past him. Harry led him, 3 steps. 4. 5. On the 6th step from the mouth of the lane behind Vane, Hermione Granger screamed, "O.H. Penny. Oh my God, I've been looking for you for an hour." She descended on the couple in a blur of bushy hair and purple scarf and sheer operatic shock, and Penelope, bewildered, stopped walking. Vane stopped walking. Vane smiled his very correct smile and opened his mouth to say something courteous. From the far end of the lane, Ron Weasley yelled, "Oi, Vane, you left your book in Potions." Vane's head turned a very small fraction toward Ron. Harry opened his eyes. The star-breathing first form required, in the strictest reading of the technique, a 2-stride approach. Harry did not have 2 strides. He had the width of a Hogsmeade alley. What he had, however, was the 4th form, which was called, in Kagaya Ubuyashiki's terrible naming scheme, Starfall over Kyoto, and which Harry preferred to call, privately, the short one. It was a half-step draw cut from a seated position. Ubuyashiki had taught it to him for precisely this. Harry drew. The blade came out of the scabbard under his coat in a single hissing motion that smelled faintly of cypress and old ore, and it described, in the narrow air between a 14-year-old boy on a barrel and a false-smiling false 5th year, a line so quick that the snow on the barrel did not have time to fall. The line began at Vane's left shoulder. It ended at the wall behind him. Vane's head did not, at first, come off. It slid. It slid 6 inches to the right, in a neat angled slice, and Vane's very correct smile went briefly, terribly, wider than any human mouth could go. And then the head continued to slide and finally lifted, and the cypress smell in the alley turned, all at once, to rot under perfume. "Oh," Vane said, and the head finished detaching, and then he said nothing else, and then he was ash, and then the ash, very gently in the very still air, drifted down the high street toward the river. Penelope Crichton made a small, high sound. Hermione, who had been closest, caught her before she hit the cobbles. "It's all right," she was saying furiously to the half-fainting girl. It's all right, you didn't see anything, you had a dizzy spell, you need to sit down, come on, Ron, help me. I've got her, Merlin's pants, Harry, warn me." "I told you," Harry said mildly. He was already putting the sword away. 6 steps, I said, on his 6th step I go." "You did not say that." "I did, you weren't listening." "I was distracting." "Yes, next time say it twice." "Noted." They got Penelope to the Hog's Head, where a very tired-looking barman with a very familiar pair of blue eyes behind him gave Harry a look over his half-moon spectacles. Harry had only recently begun to suspect that Aberforth Dumbledore knew more about this family than he was letting on, and silently poured a large measure of what was definitely not tea into a mug and pushed it across the bar. Penelope drank the tea. Penelope burst into the sort of tears that meant she was going to be all right. Hermione held her hand. Ron, outside, was being quietly sick in a snowdrift. Harry sat on the step. He looked up the high street at the thin smear of ash that had been Arcturus Vane, and he thought, that was an upper moon's messenger. That was not just any demon. Upper moons do not send cover boys to village schools. Someone is looking for me. Someone has found me. He closed his eyes. He breathed, 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. He opened his eyes. He went to look for Ron. They did not get back to the castle until sunset. By then, Penelope had been walked, very gently, back up to the school by Hermione, with the cover story that she had fainted from low blood sugar and needed a nap and a biscuit and a long chat about divination essays. She would, Harry was fairly sure, remember the lane, but she would not remember Vane as anything more than a vague, disappointing boy who had walked her back to Honeydukes and then never spoken to her again. Demons left gaps like that when they died. It was one of the kindnesses of the trade. Ron and Harry walked up the long way, through the field behind the castle, along the edge of the forbidden forest. Ron was quiet for a long stretch. Then he said, "You've done that before." "Yes." "How many times?" "Not very many." "How many is not very many, Harry?" Harry thought about it. He was being asked, he realized, not out of morbid curiosity, but because Ron was trying to work out whether his best friend was a child who had killed a small number of monsters or a soldier who had killed an enormous number. Ron was very bad at a great many things and very good at a small number of things, and one of the small number of things Ron was very good at was understanding, in his gut, what a person had done. 7, Harry said at last. Counting him, 4 in training. 2 at home last summer, 1 last Sunday, him, 7, yes, Harry, yes, that's a lot for 14, yes, are you all right? Harry considered the question. He considered it honestly, because he owed Ron an honest answer, and he thought about the child's face in the gully, and about Vane's very correct smile, and about a cliff in Devon 5 years ago, and a letter folded in a lacquer box, and a blind man on a porch, and 1,000 mornings in a wood behind a hut swinging a wooden sword at dawn until his palms bled, and he said, I don't know, Ron. I don't know yet. I think I am not all right, and I think I am going to be all right, but I am not sure which of those is happening first. Ron thought about that. Then he put his arm around Harry's shoulder briefly and squeezed and let go. Right, he said. Well, we'll work it out, come on. Let's find Hermione. I want to eat a very large number of chocolates. Harry laughed. They found Hermione in the kitchens. They ate, between the 3 of them, 17 house-elf-made shortbreads and 2 slices of treacle tart and a wedge of very good cheddar, and Dobby kept bringing them tea until Hermione asked him, finally, to please stop bringing them tea, Dobby, thank you. We have enough tea, Dobby. No more tea, Dobby, please. And by the time they trailed up to the common room, it was nearly 10. Harry went to bed. He did not sleep. At 2:30 in the morning, he got up. He put his cloak over his pajamas. He slipped the sword into the harness. He walked down through the castle on his stockinged feet, and down the shifting staircase to the 2nd floor, and along the corridor past the broom cupboards, and up to the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom, and he stood there for a long moment with his hand on the doorknob, and he breathed. The door was locked. He unlocked it. Wandless, because there were some locks that weren't really locks, but were jinxes that only opened if you hadn't asked them out loud, and Phileas Flitwick had taught him the trick of it in a very private lesson in 2nd year. The door swung open. The classroom was empty. The classroom smelled of violet water, very faintly, and of parchment, and under both of those, just at the edge of what Harry could catch on the back of his tongue, sweet, rot, perfume, and something he had not smelled before, something metallic and colder than iron, something like mercury. There was a trunk behind Umbridge's desk. Harry stood very still. He had not come here to confront her. He had come here to listen. He had come here because a woman who was not behaving like a woman with nothing to hide might be a woman who was hiding nothing more than an unsavory political connection. But a woman who smelled, very faintly, under her violet water, of rot and cypress-less cold, was a woman who might be hiding something else entirely. He crossed the classroom. He knelt by the trunk. The trunk had a lock on it. The lock was not ordinary. The lock was, in fact, a very small and very beautiful shrine-style seal in red silk, the kind Harry had seen in photographs in Ubuyashiki's study. Demon-warded. Expertly demon-warded, in fact, because whoever had warded the trunk had been trying to keep a demon inside. Oh, Harry said softly. Oh, Dolors, what have you done? He did not open the trunk. He did not need to. He could hear, now that he was very close, the thin breathing of something inside. 12 breaths per minute, very shallow. He stood up. He backed out of the classroom. He relocked the door the way he had found it, and he walked back up to Gryffindor Tower, and he lay down in his 4-poster, and he did not close his eyes. In the morning, at breakfast, he made eye contact with Dolores Umbridge across the Great Hall. She smiled her small smile at him. She had a new kitten on her cardigan today. 18. He smiled back. He did not mean it. She did not mean it either. They nodded at each other very slightly, the way 2 duelists nod at each other across a hall before the bell. Neither said anything. Neither had to. By the time the bell rang for first period, every Hashira in the corps who cared about the British Isles had been sent, by Kagaya Ubuyashiki's daughters, the letter Harry had not written, but that they had, from 12,000 miles away, known to send for him. There is a demon in the walls of the school. Our boy has found it. He asks for no one. If none come, it will be enough. If one comes, send Jiyu. In Japan, Jiyu Tomioka read the letter. He folded it. He put on his haori. He packed a small bag. He did not say anything to anyone, because Jiyu Tomioka did not, on principle, say anything to anyone, but he started walking toward the harbor. It would take him 11 days. Harry Potter had 7. Harry's detention, as it turned out, was on the Saturday after he had opened Umbridge's trunk in his head 100 times without opening it. He had decided, after 3 sleepless nights and 1 very long conversation with Hermione in a corner of the library, that he would not move against Umbridge yet. What was in her trunk was not, quite, the thing he was hunting. He had recognized the seal. He had recognized the breathing. He did not yet understand why a senior ministry official had come to Hogwarts carrying a bound demon in a warded trunk, and until he understood that, moving was worse than waiting. A Hashira who struck a target he did not understand was, Ubuyashiki had once said, a man with a very sharp sword and a blindfold. "You are sure," Hermione had asked, "that you are not just afraid?" "Oh, I am afraid." "Harry." "I am afraid, Hermione. I am more afraid than I was last Sunday." "I am going to be more afraid next Sunday. Being afraid is not a reason to move, and it is not a reason to wait. I am waiting because I do not know what is in that trunk, and I do not know whom she works for. I was taught very carefully by people who know what they are doing to find out before I draw, so I will find out. How? I don't know yet. Harry, I will find out how I will find out." She had, despite herself, laughed. He had gone to detention. The detention had been what he had expected, and also more than he had expected. The quill had been a blood quill, because of course it had been, and he had been told to write, "I must not tell lies," over and over, and the words had cut themselves into the back of his hand, and he had let them. He had sat in the pinklet office, and he had looked across at Dolor's Umbridge while she had watched him, and he had held her gaze, and he had counted her breaths. 12 per minute, the same as Vane, the same as whatever was in the trunk behind her desk. 3 breaths then, and none of them a human rhythm. "You are a very quiet boy, Mr. Potter." "Yes, ma'am. Most boys fidget in detention." "I'm not most boys." Number a small smile. "You are not, are you?" He had not answered. He had gone on writing. He had bled neatly, economically, on the page, and he had thought, "You are not human. You are not a demon either, not quite. You are a thing made of a human with a demon inside her. You are being ridden, I do not know by whom, I will find out." When the hour had ended, she had said, "Your hand, Mr. Potter." "Yes, ma'am." "Let me see it." He had shown her his hand. The back of it had been striped neatly with the words, "I must not tell lies," red against white. She had taken his wrist, her hand had been cold, impossibly cold, colder than a hand should have been, and turned it and studied the words and nodded once. "Again next Saturday," she had said. "Yes, ma'am." "Good night, Mr. Potter." "Good night, ma'am." He had walked out. He had felt her watch him go. In the corridor, he had leaned against the wall for a moment and had closed his eyes and had thought very carefully about the particular smell of her hand on his wrist. Not rot, not perfume. Mercury again, cold metal under skin. And below that, something he had not smelled on any demon yet, the faint, familiar note of a wizard's wand. Holly and unicorn hair at a guess, though he could not be sure. A bound demon. A cold hand. A wand in the trunk, perhaps, or a wand in her sleeve. Or both. And the thing in the trunk breathing 12 to the minute, like a thing that had learned to breathe in the same rhythm as the woman above it, because it shared a heart with her. "Oh," he had said softly to the empty corridor. "Oh, that is disgusting." He had gone upstairs to bed. 3 mornings later, in the grounds, Hermione had set up a target made of straw behind the Quidditch stands, and Harry had drawn the sword for her for the first time. She had not said anything for a long moment. She had looked at the blade, the black of it, the slow red pulse in the deep of it, the very fine pattern along the edge that looked like a field of small stars in a very dark sky, and she had swallowed, and she had said, "It is very beautiful." "Thank you. May I touch it?" "Not the edge. The flat is all right." She had touched the flat. Her finger had come away very slightly warmed, and she had looked at the pad of it in mild surprise. "It's warm." "Yes, they always are. Mine more than most, I'm told." "Why?" "Because of the color." Yes, but Harry, the color, I have been reading. There are accounts in the restricted section, that one would have thought you would not have expected to find in Hogwarts. Someone in the 17th century was writing about Japanese swords that changed color when a particular kind of creature was near them. The colors were listed: blue, red, yellow, black, purple, a few others. Green, I think, not what you have. Number, what is this? Star color. Explain. Once, a very long time ago, before the Corps had standardized their breathing styles, there was a single style called sun breathing. It was the one that worked. It was the one that actually killed the original demon's favorite children and made him run. It is, the mother breathing. All the other breathings are children of it. They broke it down into parts. Water is a part of it. Flame is a part of it. Stone, wind, beast, sound. The star breathing is one of the rarer ones. There are stories that there was a star breather in the 13th century, who was not a great swordsman by himself, but whose students were all great, and who refined his style down from something older. My mother did not use star breathing. My mother used sun. I was given star because I did not have a sun breather to teach me. The sun breathers are all dead. The last of them died last year, I am told. Ubuyashiki said, before I could go to meet him, he said I would have found him frustrating. Harry, the last one. Yes, the mother breathing is gone. Yes, they are trying to reconstitute it. Some of the swordsmen of my year are trying. None of us so far can do it. Mine turns out pale red instead of white. Kanata's turns out yellow. Another boy of ours, Inasuk, cannot produce color at all. His blade stays gray. We are not the sun. We are the children of the sun. The star is the closest I can get, Ubuyashiki says, and the star is not so bad. Hermione sat down on the grass. Harry, yes. Will you show me? Show you what? The first form. He had smiled because she had asked the way a student asked a teacher, and because he had not, in 11 months, demonstrated anything to anyone, and because showing Hermione Granger a sword technique in a field behind the Quidditch stands was not the worst way to spend a Wednesday morning. He had taken his stance, he had breathed, he had cut the straw target in half diagonally from left shoulder to right hip, and then, on the reverse, horizontally at neck height, and then, in the hard, short flourish that belonged to the third form, he had planted the blade in the earth between the two halves of the straw man and let it stand there, humming. Hermione had not clapped. She had said, very softly, "How many forms are there?" 12. Show me the next one. He had. He had stayed out there with her for an hour, going through the 12 forms of star, breathing one after the next, and the pattern of her footsteps as she moved around him had been, he had realized slowly, her correcting for the blade, she had learned, in a single morning, how close to him she could stand without getting cut. And when she needed to step away, and she had not been afraid once. At the end, she had picked up a cup of tea she had brought in a flask, and she had handed him one, and she had sat with him in the grass, and she had said, "I know what we will do about Umbridge. Tell me. You cannot draw on her because you do not know whom she works for, but I can." Hermione. I can research her, Harry. I am a very good researcher. I will find out what the thing in her trunk is. I will find out what the thing in her is. I will give you the facts and then you will know whether to draw. That is the division of labor. It is a sensible division of labor. Do not argue with me. I am not arguing. I am grateful. I could cry, Hermione. Don't. Your face does something upsetting when you cry. My face does upsetting things at the best of times. True. She had laughed, and he had laughed, and the October sunlight had fallen on the grass around them in long pale bars, and somewhere up in the castle, a bell had rung for lunch, and the two of them, for a bright, astonished moment, had been entirely ordinary, a boy and a girl in a meadow with a sword between them and a flask of tea and no demons anywhere. It had not lasted. It had been enough. That night, from his window, Harry watched the Forbidden Forest. He watched it for 2 hours, mostly without thinking, the way Ubuyashiki had taught him to watch a tree line, with the mind empty and the eyes slightly out of focus, so that anything that moved against a flat field of his own attention and stood out against it. For 117 minutes, nothing moved. On the 118th, something did. A shape. A single silhouette, high up 30, 40 feet, on a pine near the edge of the clearing where Hagrid kept his pumpkin patch. White coat, long dark hair, A face Harry could not see at this distance and did not need to see to know. A Kazuki was watching the castle. An upper moon, given the stillness of the posture and the casualness with which it occupied the top of a pine in winter, this was not a lower. This was a senior demon, confident enough to stand within sight of a Hashira who had, 3 weeks earlier, killed one of its servants in a gully. Harry did not move. He watched. The demon watched back. After a long minute, the demon, very slightly, very politely, bowed. It was the kind of bow you gave a colleague across a very large room. Acknowledgement. Not yet challenge, an agreement that both of you knew the other was there. Harry, after a beat, bowed back. The demon smiled. Harry could not see the smile, but he could feel it. It unfolded from the tree, stepping down through the branches like a person coming down a staircase in no hurry, and it disappeared into the forest. And the pine it had been sitting on shivered slightly in a wind that was not moving any of the other trees. Harry closed the window. He said to no one to the dark dormitory and the red hangings and the shape of Ron asleep and the pillow under which his mother's letter lay folded. All right, I see you, I see you. We will do this properly. He breathed, he slept. He dreamed, for the first time in years, of his mother. She had red hair and a scar across the knuckles of her right hand, and she was laughing at him, not unkindly, for the way he was holding a sword. You hold it like a cricket bat, Harry, she said, and she took his hands and she adjusted them and she said, there, better. Now breathe, my love, breathe, 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. You are going to be all right. You are going to be all right. You are going to be. He woke up with wet cheeks. He did not mind. He wiped them. He turned his face to the pillow. He went back to sleep. 11 days away, on a ship, Jiu Tomioka stood at a railing and watched the Sea of Japan slip astern, and folded his haori more tightly around himself and said nothing to anyone. 7 days Harry had. 6 now, Chapter 2 end. Chapter 3, Nichirin among wands. Jiu Tomioka arrived on a Thursday in a downpour at Inverness. He was wearing the plain black and bronze haori that anyone who had lived long enough in a certain kind of world would have recognized, and he was carrying a sheathed sword in his right hand and a very small canvas bag in his left, and he had, to the astonishment of the station master, gotten off a cargo ship at Leith, and then, without pausing, gotten on a train north. He did not speak on the train. He ate 1 rice ball slowly from the bag. He drank from a small tin cup that he kept in a pocket of the haori. He stared out the window at the passing hills, and at one point, when a Scottish hare bolted from a ditch, he smiled at it very briefly. The kind of smile a person gives a small animal that has done something amusing, while the person has been thinking about something unrelated. He did not, as far as any fellow passenger could tell, blink. Harry Potter was standing on the platform at Inverness when the train came in, because Hedwig had brought him a note 2 mornings earlier that had consisted of 4 words in a hand he had never seen before but had immediately trusted. I am on my way. He had shown it to Hermione. She had raised her eyebrows and said, Is that all of it? And Harry had said, That is all of it, and that is, I am told, more than he usually writes. And she had said, Oh, dear, and Harry had laughed. He was not laughing now. He was standing on the platform in a long dark coat with his own sheathed blade under it, and Hermione was beside him with an umbrella she had enchanted to be substantially less polite than a normal umbrella, and she was beating off the rain like a small woman at a losing war, and Ron was, where had Ron gone? Ron came back with 3 teas. There, Ron said triumphantly, and shoved 1 mug at Harry and 1 at Hermione and 1 at himself. I have been to the station buffet. I have been to the end of my rope with an old woman about the price of tea. I got 3 teas for the price of 2 in the end because I told her I was on a charity errand. It is a very weak tea. Drink it. Harry, who are we meeting again? A man named Jiu Tomioka. Right, and Jiu Tomioka is Water Hashira. Right, and Water Hashira is one of the 9 most dangerous swordsmen in his country. Right, got it, do not insult, do not make jokes, do not offer him tea. You can offer him tea. I just got him tea. I bought 4 teas, did I tell you? No, you said 3. I bought 4, this one is for him. Hermione took the 4th mug out of Ron's hand and held it competently out of the rain. Ron Weasley, you are a walking tragedy and I adore you. Stand still. I am standing still. You are standing still with your knees bouncing. That is how I stand still. The train came in. Jiyu Tomioka stepped off the carriage. Harry had not been sure what he had expected. A very tall man, or a very broad one, a man with a scar, or a man with a missing eye, or a man whose haori was torn. He got a man of average height, a little narrow in the shoulders, with a face that could have belonged to a slightly melancholic librarian if you had not noticed the hands. The hands were a swordsman's. You could tell from 10 feet away. The knuckles of the right hand were very slightly thickened at the base of the middle and index fingers, which was the mark of a person who had, for 20 years, closed a hand around the same handle every single morning. Jiyu Tomioka looked at Harry. Jiyu Tomioka bowed. It was a short bow. Not curt, but not excessive. The bow of one professional to another. Harry returned it, somewhat more deeply, because he was 14 and Jiyu was 36, and rank was, in the corps, not only a matter of title. Tomioka-san, Harry said, in careful Japanese. Potter, Jiyu said, in perfectly adequate English. Thank you for meeting the train. These are my friends. Jiyu looked at them. Granger, he said. Weasley. Hermione's mouth opened. How did you? Ubuyashiki-sama wrote to me. He said you would be with him. He said the boy does not go anywhere without his 2 friends anymore. He said this was a good development. Ron, who had been intending to hand over the 4th mug of tea, found that he had gone rather pink and somewhat shyly held out the mug. I got you a tea, he said. Jiyu regarded the tea. Thank you, he said, and took it and drank it, and to everyone's surprise, including, apparently, his own, he smiled. It is a very weak tea, he said. Yes. I like it. It is what tea is like here, I think. Yes, it is what tea is like here. Thank you, Weasley. Ron went from pink to a color that was not quite red, but was entering that territory by way of the root of a deeply flattered 12-year-old. Hermione, magnificently managing her umbrella and her shock at the same time, said, Tomioka-san, we have a carriage. It's at the east gate of the station. I don't know how much you were told about the situation. A little. I don't know how much you want to say in the carriage. A little, perhaps. Right. Well, it's about a 15-minute ride to a Muggle inn where we have taken rooms for you. Tomorrow morning at dawn, we will go up to Hogwarts. Harry did not think it wise to take you into the castle tonight. There are complications. Jiyu nodded. There is a demon in the castle, he said. Yes. And a wizard in the demon or a demon in the wizard. We think so, yes. We are not sure of the configuration yet. That is unusual. Yes. I have not seen that before. Number, we will see. Walk. And they walked. Jiyu walked in the middle of them, saying nothing, drinking his weak tea. The rain came down. The carriage was waiting. The cabbie, who was a squib Hagrid had arranged from a favor he would, eventually, have to explain to Harry, nodded at them and did not ask questions and whistled a tune as he drove them out of the town. In the carriage, Jiyu said, quietly, How long has it been in the school? Since the beginning of term, Harry said. About 6 weeks. Possibly longer if she was partly converted over the summer. How many children? None yet, we don't think. We are watching a boy in Ravenclaw named Anthony Goldstein who has a cough. We think the demon is feeding on him. Slowly, not killing him, taking just enough. Jiyu's mouth tightened. That is a kind I have seen only twice. A kind that does not kill. A kind that cultivates. Yes, you had someone named Vane who came here first? Yes. Arcturus Vane? Yes. I killed his master 3 years ago in Nagano. His master bred demons of that pattern the way a man breeds cattle. A handsome face, a charming voice, a slow feeding. I thought the pattern had died with him. Evidently not. This is disappointing. Who is his master now? Jiyu looked out of the window of the carriage. I do not know, he said. I had hoped you would. Let us find out. They did not find out that night. That night, Jiyu Tomioka ate a very large quantity of stewed beef at a tartan-walled inn in the outskirts of Inverness, said almost nothing, nodded to the innkeeper, and slept 8 hours. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ate their own stew and went back to their Muggle rooms. They had taken 2 for appearances and did not sleep at all. In the dark of their shared room, Ron said, Harry, he's the one we were worried about. Yes, the quiet one. Yes, he scares me. He's all right, Ron. He's quiet. It's a water Hashira thing. The old water Hashira apparently was even quieter. This one's considered warm by comparison. Warm by comparison. Merlin's beard. Liked your tea, though. He said it was very weak. He said that kindly. I don't know how to tell if he said anything kindly, mate. He has one face. It's a face, at least. I suppose. Ron turned over in his bed. The wind moved the sash of the window. Hermione, from the other bed, said in a very tight voice, "Stop whispering. I am trying very hard to sleep. I am going to teach Tomioka-san a vocabulary word tomorrow, and I do not wish to appear tired while doing it." What word? Pumpkin juice. They laughed, all three of them, until they had to put their faces in their pillows to shut themselves up, and then, at long last, they slept. Harry took Giu up to the castle at dawn. They did not use the carriage road, because it would have meant a conversation with Filch and, more importantly, an introduction to Dolar's umbrage. And while Harry did not think umbrage could directly harm a water Hashira, he did think she would recognize one at 50 paces, and he did not want that particular note in his opponent's book. They went the back way, over the ridge above Hogsmeade, down through the pines, along the edge of the forbidden forest, in by Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was out on the front step with a mug the size of a small cauldron. "Mornin', mornin', sir. You'll be, Hagrid faltered, looking at Giu. Giu looked back, level, unblinking. Hagrid cleared his throat. "This is Tomioka-san," Harry said. He's a colleague from abroad, Dumbledore knows." "Does he, "Yes." "Right," Hagrid nodded. "Right, want a tea, Mr. Tomioka?" "I have had a tea, thank you," Giu said. "Weasley brought me one yesterday." "Did he?" "Yes." "Well," Hagrid blinked. "That's good well, castle's up there, I reckon you know th way." They walked up to the castle. Halfway up the path, Giu paused. He turned his head slightly. He inhaled through his nose. He said softly, "There." "Where?" "The lake." "The lake? There is another one here, in the lake. A water demon and a new one you did not know. Number. You should know, Potter." "I know, Tomioka-san." "When did you last walk by the lake?" 3 days ago. "And you did not catch it." "Number, then it has arrived since. That is useful information. It has arrived in the last 3 days. It is not from the castle. Something brought it. Something drew it. You have been thinking the demon in the castle is the only problem. I am telling you now it is not the only problem. There are 2 now. There will, perhaps, be 3 before you have your plan. This is what happens when one demon in a place becomes known to the network. Others come, to feed, to assist, to profit. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. He breathed. "Right," he said. "Right, what do we do? You show me where she is, the teacher. I will stand outside her door while you go to your friend Miss Granger. Miss Granger will help us with the second demon." "Why Hermione?" "Because Miss Granger knows the lake." "She does?" "She does. The second demon is in water. The second demon needs water. Water is not my specialty strictly, but it is my study. Granger has been reading. Granger is a researcher. Ubuyashiki-sama was very clear about this. We will speak to Granger, and then we will speak to the thing in the lake. Later today, you will teach your class in the morning. You will sit through your defense class. You will not look at your teacher longer than a student is expected to look at a teacher. We will meet after your last lesson in the entrance hall. Do you understand?" "Yes, Tomioka-san. You are nervous." "A little." "That is correct. Be nervous. Do not be afraid. There is a difference." "Yes, Tomioka-san." Giu looked at him, for a long moment with no expression. And then, with a very small crease at the corner of his eye, "Your mother was very good at this," he said. "She was better than I am." I met her, once, before she left. She stayed at the Ubuyashiki estate for a single night on her way home. I was 12. She was 19. She gave me an orange. I have not forgotten her. You have her chin." Harry could not for a moment speak. Giu, evidently feeling that he had said enough, looked away. "Go to your class, Potter. I will not come in. I will walk the grounds. I will meet you at 3. "Yes, Tomioka-san. Do not be afraid." "Yes, Tomioka-san." Giu walked off into the mist. Harry stood on the path for a long moment, and then he wiped his face. He was not crying. He was not, and he went to class. At 3 o'clock, they met in the entrance hall. Hermione was already there, carrying 3 very large books, and one of them, Harry could not help noticing, was in Japanese. Jiu raised an eyebrow at her. I taught myself over the weekend, Hermione said quickly. Only a little. I can read perhaps 200 of the common characters. I found this in the restricted section. It is about the folklore of water demons. There is a passage on page 92 that I think will be of interest. May I show you? Jiu, to Harry's astonishment, said, Yes. They sat in the window seat under one of the long leaded glass panels. Hermione opened the book to page 92. Jiu read it. He read it slowly with his finger because he was, Harry realized, not actually fully literate in the classical script himself. At a certain point he nodded. Yes, this one. This one lives in old lakes. It is not born a demon, it is made. A drowned boy or girl, usually, who had the bad fortune to die in water near an upper moon. The upper moon would breathe on the body, they used to say. The breath would be corruption, I suppose is the word. The body would not fully die. It would be turned into one of those. The classical name is Unagione, ill devil, but this is not a correct name. It is a drowned demon. How do we kill it? You cut its head off. That is how we kill most of them. Yes, Potter, that is how we kill most of them. Right, sorry. Jiu's mouth moved again in that small twitch at the corner. You are forgiven. The difficulty is that it fights in the water. It is strong in the water. You will have to fight me first. I beg your pardon? You will have to fight me first. A demonstration. Not a duel. A matter of reading water. I will teach you the shape of how to hold a stance in the lake. I cannot kill the drowned demon myself. I cannot because I will be, for the evening, standing outside your defense teacher's door. You will go into the lake with your sword and kill the drowned demon, and I will watch because your life matters to me, and if you begin to die, I will reach into the water and take you out. Do you understand? Yes. We will train at 4. Yes, Tomioka-san. Granger, Weasley, you will watch also. Hermione very carefully nodded. Ron went slightly green. At 4, they were on the far edge of the Black Lake in a little stone inlet sheltered from the castle view by a stand of alder. The water was glass. The sky was a pale, unpromising pink. Hermione had cast a quiet charm over the inlet. Ron was holding 3 towels. Jiu took his haori off. He folded it, very precisely, on a flat rock. He put it down as if he were placing a sleeping cat. Then he walked out into the water in his black hakama and white gi without a shiver, and he stopped at waist depth. Come, Harry walked in. The water was, Harry had known the lake was cold. Harry had not known it was this cold. He very nearly shouted. He had been a Hashira for 11 months, and he had taken more than 1 barrel of cold water on the head in training, and he had still almost shouted. He did not. He breathed, 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. The cold, very slightly, moved over and around him instead of into him. Jiu nodded. Good, you have the trick. Breathing will keep you alive in here long enough to kill your demon. Now, draw, Harry drew. Now cut, Jiu said, into the surface of the water. No, not like that, not a downward chop, a horizontal slice, just below the surface. The thing you want to cut is the skin of the water. The water has a skin. If you cut it, it parts, slowly, but it parts. Try, Harry tried. The blade went through the water, which did nothing of note. Jiu did not make fun of him, which somehow was worse. Again, do not push, do not chop. Let the sword ask the water to move. Water is asked, Potter. Everything else you fight can be told. Water is asked. Harry tried again. The blade went through the water, and for just one brief moment, the water in front of it parted. A handspan, a palm. It did not last, but it parted. Yes, Jiu said. Again, 10 times. He did it 10 times. He did it on the 7th with something approaching confidence, and by the 10th he was parting the water to his elbow. Good, now sheath and draw. In the water, quickly. The sheath will not like the water. Wipe, quickly. Yes, now again. Now stop. Harry stopped. Jiu was looking past him. Out across the lake, at a distance of perhaps 50 yards, a shape had broken the surface. It was not the giant squid. It was, Harry could see it distantly ahead, a small head, a child's head. Wet hair stuck to a blue-white face. Eyes that, even at 50 yards, Harry could see were the wrong color. Oh, Harry said softly, he heard us. Yes, Jiu said, he heard us. He has been listening for a Hashira for 3 days. He knows what you are. Good, we do not have to find him, he has found us. Potter, yes. Go and kill him. Yes, Tomioka-san. If you start to drown, I will pull you out. Yes, Tomioka-san. Do not start to drown. Harry did not start to drown. He swam. He swam the way he had been taught, which was very differently from the way English children were taught to swim. The kick was narrower, the breathing was side-stroke side rather than front, and the sword, in its scabbard, was strapped across the small of his back so that it did not drag. He swam 50 yards in less than a minute, which was, according to the Durmstrang swim team scout, who happened to be standing on the west bank of the lake, and who did not know what he was watching, an absolutely unreasonable time for a 14-year-old. The scout made a mental note and then forgot the mental note, because at the moment Harry reached the place where the child's head had been, the child's head rose out of the water again, and a long arm came with it, and the arm took Harry by the ankle and pulled him down. Harry went down. He kept his mouth shut and his eyes open. He kicked. The water closed over his head. The thing pulling him down was a long, eel-like, not quite human thing, and it was stronger than Harry, and it was taking him toward the bottom of the lake very fast, and its face, when it turned to look up at him, grinning through 6 feet of dark water, was laughing. Hashira, it said somehow without a mouth into the inside of Harry's ear. Pretty Hashira. Bring your sword down to me. I have been so bored. Harry drew. Underwater, the third form of star breathing was useless. The sixth was useless. The first, falling light, was, weirdly, not. He turned, kicked off the ankle grip, got a shoulder, pivoted, and cut. The water parted. Not for long, not much, but enough. The blade went through the drowned demon's left shoulder. The drowned demon's left arm detached, drifting into the dark. The drowned demon, for the first time, stopped laughing. It came at him with the other arm. Harry was ready. The second form, starlight through branches, had always been his strongest. He cut again, horizontally, at what in a land demon would have been the neck. Underwater, the cut was slower. But the drowned demon was not, after all, a Kazuki. It was a lesser thing, lower than a lower moon, a made creature with a made face. The cut took its head. The head drifted up toward the surface, astonished. Harry followed it. He broke the surface, gasping. He did not gasp long. He caught the floating head on the end of his blade and tossed it, the way you would toss a fish out of a bucket, up onto the rocks of the inlet, where Jiyu calmly stepped on it with a bare wet foot and held it there until it dissolved. The body below was already ash in the water. The ash rose in a small cloud. The cloud dispersed. The lake was, within half a minute, clean. Harry swam back. He climbed out. He stood on the flat rock, shivering. Ron, without being asked, threw the first towel at him. Hermione threw the second. Jiyu dressed calmly, buttoning his gi. Jiyu said, "You are slower in the water than on land." "Yes, you should train more in water." "Yes, Tomioka-san. That will be the difference someday." "Yes, Tomioka-san. I am pleased with you, Potter." Harry looked up. He was holding a towel around his shoulders and his teeth were still chattering faintly, and his lungs were still burning from the cold, and he had ash in his hair, and Jiyu Tomioka was looking at him with a face that, to anyone else, would have seemed completely blank, but that to Harry now looked like a man very carefully not smiling. "Thank you, Tomioka-san." "Tomorrow," Jiyu said, "we will do the teacher." "Yes, Tomioka-san. Granger, Weasley, good work." "We didn't do anything," Ron said. "You brought the towels. You stood where I asked you to stand. You did not interrupt. That is good work." "Thank you," Ron said in a very small voice, and then, when Jiyu had turned to dress, "Hermione, he likes me." "Shut up, Ron. He likes me." "Shut up, Ron." That night, very late, Harry stood on the astronomy tower. He had gone up there partly because he could not sleep and partly because if the second upper moon class demon he had seen in the forest the night after killing Vane was going to be watching the school again tonight, it would be able to see him from the astronomy tower, and he wanted it to know that he had seen it back. The wind on the tower was cold and had a high, thin note to it. He breathed. 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. He let the forest become a field of small lights. The trees became columns of living current. The lake, far off, became a long, flat, silver thing, and it was, he could see now, clean, no demons, not tonight. Then he looked up at the tree line, at the particular tall pine the Kazuki had sat in before, and he found the Kazuki sitting in it now. They looked at each other across the air. "I'm sorry about the boy," Harry said, not expecting to be heard, knowing that he would be. "He was a poor student," the Kazuki said in the back of Harry's ear in a voice that was not a voice. "I forgive you. Who sent you? You know who sent me. Musen. Do not speak his name under the stars. He does not like it. I'll speak it under whatever I like. You are brave," a pause, "you are 14. Yes. I do not want to kill you yet, I have been asked to observe. How generous. We will meet in the end, I will regret it, I will kill you anyway. You are welcome to try. I will not try, I will succeed. We shall see." The Kazuki was, perhaps, smiling. It stood in the pine. It put one hand against the trunk. It inclined its head and was gone. Harry stood on the tower for another half-hour, and then he went down. In bed, he dreamed of a garden, and in the garden a woman with long black hair was kneeling in a row of white chrysanthemums, and she looked up when he came into the garden, and she said, in a voice like the voice in his ear, "You are not ready, little son. Go home, train, come back." He woke up. The first snow of a long winter was falling past the dormitory window. Morning came gray and late. The snow had stopped by dawn, but it had left 4 inches on the sills and the tower roofs, and the lake, when Harry looked down at it from the dormitory window, was a flat field of pewter with a thin lace of ice at the edges. He had slept, in the end, 3 hours. It had been enough. Ubuyashiki had said once that a Hashira should be able to live on 3 hours of sleep and 1 meal a day for a month if the month required it. Harry had never, so far, been called on to prove the claim, but he was beginning to understand in his body how it was possible. He went down to breakfast. Jiyu Tomioka was already in the Great Hall. This was a problem. Dumbledore invited him. Hermione whispered fiercely, sliding into the bench across from Harry and shoving a plate of bacon toward him. "I went up to see them this morning before breakfast. Professor McGonagall sent for me, for some notes I'd done on the 5th-year arithmancy primer, and I passed Dumbledore's office and the gargoyle was open, and I saw them, Harry. Dumbledore and Tomioka-san, sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. I don't know how Dumbledore knew he was here, and I don't know how long they've, Harry, don't stare." He was staring. He made his face go ordinary. At the staff table, Jiyu Tomioka was seated between Dumbledore and an irritated-looking Minerva McGonagall. He was drinking what looked like plain hot water. His posture was perfect. He was not eating. Dumbledore was saying something to him, quietly, and Jiyu was listening, and at one point Jiyu nodded, a small, clean nod, and Dumbledore nodded back and passed him a small piece of paper across the table. Jiyu read the paper. He folded it. He put it in the inside of his haori. He looked briefly across the hall. He caught Harry's eye. He did not nod. He did not blink. He simply looked for half a second with the faintest crease at the corner of his mouth, and then he looked back at his hot water. Ron, seated beside Harry, said, "What's Umbridge's face doing?" "Where?" "High table, right end, don't look yet. Wait, now look." Harry looked. Umbridge was watching Jiyu. She was watching him the way a cat watches a much larger cat that has wandered into its kitchen. She was not, visibly, reacting. Her pink cardigan was still pink. Her kitten brooch, 19 kittens today, was still in place, but the lines around her mouth had drawn up, very slightly, and her breaths per minute had gone from 12 to 15. She knew a Hashira when she saw one. Dumbledore, beside Jiyu, raised his goblet very slowly to his lips. His blue eyes flicked, just once, to Umbridge, and then back to his plate, and he did not, visibly, smile, but Harry would have bet a year's galleons that behind the beard the old man was, for the first time in weeks, enjoying himself. "Oh," Ron muttered. Oh, that is delicious. I think Dumbledore has just told Umbridge there is a Hashira in the castle." "He has, and she is furious." "She is. What does that tell us?" "It tells us," Harry said softly, "that she was planning to move against me, and she has just learned she is going to have to either move against both of us at once or go home. If she is serving anyone sensible, she will go home. She is not serving anyone sensible." "Right. So tonight, probably, or tomorrow at the latest." Right, blimey. Eat your bacon, Ron." "Right." Ron ate his bacon. Harry did not eat his. He drank a cup of tea. He watched Umbridge watch Jiyu. He watched Dumbledore not watch either of them. He watched Hermione read the back of a cereal box with such concentrated scholarly intensity that he realized she was pretending to read it so as not to stare herself, and he felt, briefly, a great warm wave of affection for his friends that almost knocked him off the bench. Breakfast ended. The bell rang. Students began to file out. Jiu stood, bowed briefly to Dumbledore, nodded to McGonagall, and made his unhurried way down the hall between the house tables. He did not speak to any student. He passed Harry without looking at him. He went out the door and down the entrance hall, and by the time Harry reached the entrance hall himself, he was gone, and the only trace of him was a very small white towel folded on the edge of a bench, with a scrap of paper on it on which had been written, in a hand Harry recognized, 3 words, "At midnight. Forbidden Forest." "Oh, Merlin," Ron said. Hermione read it over Harry's shoulder. "Why the forest?" "Because," Harry said, "that is where the other one is, and he has decided the other one goes first." "Before Umbridge?" "Before Umbridge. He is, Ubuyashiki was right, you know. The Kazuki is the bigger problem, because the Kazuki is the one who will bring others. Umbridge is a symptom. Dumbledore is going to handle her, I think, or try. Will Tomioka-san, is he going to fight it alone? Number who with? Me. What? Hermione. Harry Potter. Hermione, you are 14. I know, Hermione. You are 14 and he is. Tomioka-san is one of the 9 most dangerous swordsmen. No, listen to me, no. He is taking me because I have seen the thing twice, and he has seen it only secondhand, and I know its voice and I know its face. He is taking me because I am a Hashira. He is taking me because my mother would have insisted if she were here. He is taking me because it is mine. I do not want to go. I am going. It is my job. She sat down abruptly on the bench. He crouched in front of her. Hermione, look at me. I need you to do something. What? I need you to be with Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Yes, with Dumbledore and with Ron, in Dumbledore's office if he will allow it, or the library if he will not. When Tomioka-san and I go into the forest at midnight, Umbridge is going to move. She will move because she is not stupid and she will know her window is closing. She will move on the castle. I do not know what she will do. Dumbledore will. He will have ideas. Ron's wand is good. Your wand is better. You will be the second line. I will not, I cannot do both. She looked at him for a long moment. Dumbledore, she repeated. Dumbledore. Dumbledore does not let 5th years into his office at midnight. He will let you in. Why? Because I will tell him to. She stared at him. Harry Potter. Yes, you have learned to give orders. I have been taking them for 11 months. I had to pick up something. She laughed. It was not a happy laugh, but it was a real one. She wiped her face on her sleeve and she said, all right, all right. I will go to Dumbledore. Ron and I will hold the line. You go and you come back, Harry, you come back. I will. Swear it. I swear it. Swear it on your mother. He swallowed. I swear it on her, he said. I will come back, Hermione. I will come back and I will walk into the Great Hall in the morning and I will eat so much bacon that Ron will be sick on my behalf. Oh, Harry, Hermione said, and she kissed his forehead quickly, fiercely, and stood up and walked away before she could cry in the entrance hall. Ron looked after her. I'll keep her safe, he said quietly. I promise. I know you will. Harry, yes. If you don't come back, I will come back. Yes, but if you, I will come back, Ron. Oh, Merlin, Ron said, and he hugged Harry briefly in the corridor, and then they both went to Transfiguration. Transfiguration was about teapots. Harry did not in the course of the hour successfully turn a teapot into a tortoise because his mind was not on the teapot. Professor McGonagall, passing behind him, paused. She looked at his half-transfigured shell. She looked at the back of his head. She did not scold him. She put one hand just for a moment on his shoulder and she said, Concentrate, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Concentrate today, do you understand me? Yes, Professor. Good. She moved on. He concentrated. He turned the teapot into a tortoise. Midnight came. He had dressed in dark trousers and a dark jumper over his gi, and he had strapped the sword in its harness low along his spine, and he had slipped out of the common room with the invisibility cloak over his shoulders, and he had come down through the castle as quietly as ever, and the entrance hall was empty except for Jiu Tomioka, standing in the middle of it without, apparently, breathing. Jiu did not turn his head. You are late. By 2 minutes. Yes, by 2 minutes. Do better. Yes, Tomioka-san. The demon is in the clearing east of the centaur herd's path. You know the path. Yes. I will enter from the north. You will enter from the south. We will meet him between us. He will try to take the high ground, but the high ground here is a pine tree, and a pine tree is not high ground to a swordsman who is willing to cut the pine tree down. Right. Our objective is the head. Do not be distracted by conversation. He will talk to you. He likes to talk. Yes, Tomioka-san. Potter. Yes, you will live tonight. Yes, Tomioka-san, because I require it. Yes, Tomioka-san. Good, walk. They walked into the forest. The trees closed over them. The snow under their feet was very fine, very fresh, and squeaked faintly. An owl called somewhere. Jiyu, 15 paces ahead, was a shape of black against the greater black of the trees. Harry breathed, 4 in. 4 hold, 6 out. The forest opened around him in its secret pattern of lights, the 1,000 small roots drinking, the winter sap in slow ascent, the rabbits huddled together under their shrubs, the owl hunting and the vole trying not to be hunted, and far ahead, a long hot thread of wrongness in the shape of a tall white coat and long dark hair. He kept walking. When they were within 200 yards, Jiyu made a small hand signal, and Harry peeled off to the right, and Jiyu peeled off to the left. Harry circled at the speed of a slow deer. He put his right shoulder to the wind. He came into the clearing from the south. The Kazuki was not in the pine this time. The Kazuki was standing in the middle of the clearing, its hands clasped behind its back, its head tilted, waiting. Ah, it said pleasantly in a voice Harry could hear in his normal ears this time. Both of you, I was hoping for both of you. It has been such a lovely week. Jiyu, entering from the north, said, Name. I have many. The name you use now. Dauma, said the Kazuki. Oh, I am sorry, I should not have said. That was rude of me. I forget sometimes that one does not give one's name away. Forgive me. Harry knew the name. Everyone in the corps knew the name. Upper Moon, too. A demon who had run 3 Hashira through in the last decade and who had, by rumor, eaten a temple's worth of nuns when he had been bored. Jiyu's face did not change. I have wanted to meet you, Jiyu said. Oh, I know, my poor Akaza talks of you. He is very cross with you. He says you refuse to die nicely. Such a bother. Yes. Do you know little Hashira? Dauma turned to Harry and smiled. The smile was not a human smile. It had too many teeth, and they were arranged in a way a mouth should not have arranged them. You are the youngest Hashira I have ever met. 14. How exciting. How fresh. How absolutely unwise of your masters to send you out. I will tell Muzan-sama how well you swing a sword before I eat your heart. You will not eat my heart, Harry said. Oh, because I am going to cut your head off. Ah, Dauma's smile widened. Ah, brave, I like brave. He moved. Harry had been taught, very carefully, what upper moons looked like when they moved, but no training, no drill, no diagram in any book in the Corps had prepared him for the actual sensation of a Kazuki closing the distance of 80 feet in what was perceptually a single step. Dauma was not there, and then he was on them, and the blades of bone he had grown out of the backs of his hands were, already, cutting. Jiyu moved first. Water-breathing, 11th form, dead calm. Harry had heard it described and had never seen it. He saw it now. Jiyu did not appear, to a casual eye, to move at all. He stood. The blades of bone came down toward him, and they did not reach him. Something, an invisible, perfect, impossibly thin skin of water, turned them aside. Each cut slid. Each cut failed. The snow around Jiyu's feet did not disturb. Harry closed from the south. Star-breathing, 7th form, comet. A running thrust. The blade went in where Dauma's right lung would have been if Dauma had been a man, which he wasn't, and Dauma spun, laughing, and caught Harry's sleeve on one of the bone blades and flung him across the clearing into a pine. Harry hit the tree. He slid. He stood up. His left shoulder was not right. He noted that. He did not have time to think about it. Dauma was now between them. He turned his head from Jiyu to Harry to Jiyu to Harry, smiling that too-wide smile, clearly delighted. Oh, this will be fun. Who first? Oh, the little one's bleeding. Let me have him first. Yes. Jiyu said nothing. Jiyu moved. The water-breathing first form, water surface slash, came from a distance neither of them had and cut. Dauma ducked. Dauma's bone blades rose. Jiyu was already behind him, already turning, already cutting again. The second form, the fourth, the sixth. Harry in the pine shadow breathed, 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. Star Breathing's 11th form was, in Ubuyashiki's terrible naming, the inner constellation. It was the only technique Harry had that he did not, often, fully execute, because it required him to slow his heart to under 40, and he could not hold 40 for more than 3 breaths at a time. He held it now. He held it for the first time in battle. He felt his pulse drop. He felt the cold on his shoulder become, for a moment, distant. He felt far away the small, thin sound of his own blood. He moved. The technique was, in its soul, a very fast circle. A full 360-degree cut, executed while spinning on the balls of the feet, completed in less time than a heartbeat. It was the only form in Star Breathing that did not end with the blade pointed outward. It ended with the blade pointed into the belly, ready to be drawn again, the cut already landed and the next cut already loading. Harry came out of the pine shadow and into the clearing, and the 11th form passed through the base of Dauma's neck. And then, because Dauma's regenerative capacity was, Harry had been taught, near instant, and had to be interrupted. Jiyu came from the other side, and the water-breathing 11th form came with him, and the 2 cuts met at the place where a neck should stop being a neck and start being air. Dauma's head came off. It went up, spinning, and for one astonishing second it looked so pleased, smiling like a child on a holiday. Then it was ash. The body stayed up for a full count of 3, and then the body was ash, and then the clearing was just a clearing again, with snow and pines, and in the middle a pair of very tired Hashira. Harry went down on one knee. He was bleeding from the shoulder. Jiyu crossed to him at an unhurried walk, put one hand on the back of Harry's neck and said, "Breathe, Potter." "I am." "Breathe differently. That is a battle breath. Come out of it. Come into the quiet breath. Slowly. 3 in, 3 hold. 3 out, yes, again, yes, again." Harry breathed. The world came back. The pines came back. The smell of pine sap. The very small blood smell of his own shoulder. The steady, slow, infinitely patient hand of Jiyu Tomioka on the back of his neck, which was the first fatherly touch Harry Potter had received from a living man in his entire life. "You are a Hashira," Jiyu said, very quietly, almost into Harry's ear. "You have killed an upper moon together with me. It is rare. It is, your mother would be proud of you, Harry Potter. My Ubuyashiki-sama will be proud of you. I am proud." Harry did not cry. He wanted to, he did not. He nodded. "We have to get to the castle," he said after a moment. "Umbridge." "Yes." "Can you walk?" "Yes." "Can you fight?" "Yes." "Come." They ran. Chapter 3 end. Chapter 4, The Crimson Forest. They came out of the trees at a run. Harry was bleeding into the wool of his jumper. Jiyu was not bleeding at all, but his breathing was heavier than he would allow himself to admit, and he was running a half-pace slower than he had been an hour ago. They crossed the field below Hagrid's pumpkin patch in 30 seconds flat and hit the path up to the castle, and Jiyu, without breaking stride, said, "Which window?" "Hospital wing." "Number not the hospital wing. McGonagall's office." "Number Dumbledore's." "West Tower, Gargoyle, the password." "I do not need the password, Potter." "How are you going to?" "I am going to ask." Harry did not have the breath to answer. He saved it for running. He ran. At the foot of the West Tower, Jiyu stopped in front of the gargoyle and said to it, in a voice Harry had not yet heard him use, "Open." The gargoyle looked at him. The gargoyle very slowly opened. It did not, as far as Harry had ever seen, open for anyone but Dumbledore and the holder of the current password. He did not have time to wonder about it. He ran up the spiral stairs 2 at a time, Jiyu behind him, and they burst into Dumbledore's office, and Harry did not, for 2 seconds, understand what he was seeing. Hermione Granger was standing on Dumbledore's desk. She was, to be more precise, kneeling on it. Her wand was out. Ron Weasley was on the floor by the door, his wand in his teeth, shoving a bookcase across the carpet by main strength. Fawkes, the Phoenix, was hovering in midair between the two of them and a pink-robed woman standing at the fireplace with a silver dagger in one hand and a quill in the other. And the pink-robed woman was smiling her very small, very correct smile, and the fireplace was burning green with a flue connection that had not, yet, closed. "Oh, Mr. Potter," Dolores Umbridge said pleasantly over her shoulder. "You are just in time." "In time for what?" Harry said. Oh, her shape, as Harry watched, rippled. Her shape, as Harry watched, ceased to entirely be her shape. The thing that came out of Dolores Umbridge's body was, in its essence, a woman with long black hair and a face that had once perhaps been beautiful, and which now was beautiful in the way an iceberg is beautiful. It did not so much step out of Umbridge as emerge from her, the way a moth emerges from a chrysalis. Umbridge herself remained, faintly, as an outline, as a pink-robed silhouette that swayed and staggered, and then collapsed on the rug. The thing that had been inside Umbridge straightened. "There," she said, in a voice that was not, now, a simpering voice. "That is much better. I have been in that woman for 6 weeks, and I have hated every minute. Good evening, Hashira Potter. Good evening, Hashira Tomioka. I am Sayuri. I am Upper Moon 5. Kibitsuji-sama sends his very warm regards." Harry said, stupidly, "Upper Moon 5. Yes, child. But Dauma is Upper Moon 2, I am aware. He is, or he was, you are telling me by the smoke on your shoulder, my senior, or my former senior. I am disappointed in him. I told him the forest was a bad idea." She clicked her tongue. It was a woman's tongue. It was not, yet, a monster's mouth. He was always too fond of dramatic places to be killed in. Jiu did not answer her. Jiu drew his sword. He did not draw it fast. He drew it slowly, because water-breathing did not, in principle, reward fast draws, and also because the hospital wing was down the corridor from the office and the woman on the rug was bleeding from the nose and Harry Potter's shoulder was still. Jiu was noting all of this with half his attention, and taking the minor extra second to draw neatly with the other half, a mess. "You," Jiu said, "will not leave this room." "Oh," Sayuri said, "I will." "You will not." "Oh dear," Sayuri said, and she lifted her hand, and the fireplace behind her flared green, and 6 other things that were not people stepped out of it. Not Kazuki. Not lower moons. Not yet anyway. Servant demons. The sort of cannon fodder an upper moon brought to a fight to soak up cuts. Harry counted. 6, and all of them were wearing Hogwarts robes, Slytherin ties, Ravenclaw ties, one Gryffindor, that one was the worst because Harry recognized the face. A 5th-year Harry had flown Quidditch against 2 weeks ago. "Oh," Harry said very quietly. "Oh, you bitch," Sayuri laughed. "She has been feeding 6 of them slowly for months," Jiu said, his voice level. She has been cultivating, not just one, not just the boy with the cough. She has been cultivating a small pack of children, of schoolchildren, converted, Potter. This is a kind of bad I have not seen often. Keep your breathing even. Do not feel anything until we are done. Yes. Yes. You take her, I take the 6. What? You take her, I take the 6. You are ready, Potter. She is your kill. I will clear your flank." "Dumbledore, yes, Mr. Tomioka," Dumbledore said calmly from where he had been standing unnoticed next to the perch of his phoenix, in a long midnight blue dressing gown with stars on it. "I will take Umbridge. Miss Granger, please come off my desk. Mr. Weasley, stop trying to bar the door is fine. Stand by Miss Granger. Fawkes, if you would." Fawkes went up in flame. The room filled, very briefly, with a light that was not quite fire and not quite sun, and then Fawkes was gone and so was the flu connection. The fireplace went from bright green to simple black, and the 6 converted students, cut off now from retreat, turned as one to face Jiu Tomioka. Jiu Tomioka, very briefly, very bleakly, smiled. "I will do my best to kill them quickly," he said to Harry. "Some of them will not come back, Potter. I am sorry. I know. Fight." They fought. It was not, afterwards, possible for Harry to remember everything that happened in that office in the right order. Memory of a real battle was not. Ubuyashiki had warned him, like memory of anything else. It came in pieces. It came in angles. He remembered. Hermione standing on Dumbledore's desk, her wand moving in the sharp, quick triangles of a shield charm, not 1, not 2, but 3 stacked shields, a technique they were not taught until 7th year if they were taught it at all, and she had taught herself in 6 nights from a book Ravenclaw prefects were not supposed to check out. The shields caught a cut intended for Harry's neck and held it. The thing that had made the cut recoiled. Ron shouting, Oi, red tie, over here, I'm better looking than he is. And throwing a paperweight, at the Gryffindor fifth year who had been creeping along the side of the bookcase. The paperweight hit. The Gryffindor fifth year turned. Giyu Tomioka cut him in half. Ron went white. Hermione said, Ron, not now, later, not now. Ron nodded and picked up another paperweight. Dumbledore, at the fireplace, kneeling beside the unconscious Dolar's Umbridge, murmuring words Harry could not catch over 3 nonverbal passes of his wand. Umbridge's color coming back into her cheeks. Umbridge, the actual woman, apparently waking up, staring and fainting again in a way that was, Harry thought, completely reasonable. Giyu, 3 cuts ahead of his own fastest pace, taking the 6 children, who were no longer children, apart the way a very good cook takes apart a chicken. He was not enjoying it. You could see on his face that he was not, but he was not hesitating either. He was a Hashira. This was what a Hashira did when the dark came into the castle and the dark wore his students' ties. 4 gone, 5, 6, ash on the rug. And through all of this, in a neat little clear spiral on the carpet between the desk and the fireplace, Harry Potter and Sayuri, Upper Moon 5, were dancing. Dancing was the word. There was no room in the office for full-length cuts. She did not, as Dauma had done, produce extravagant outgrowths of bone. She fought with her hands and her feet, and a long, curved knife that slid out of her sleeve as if her sleeve were a scabbard. Her feet were bare. Her long black hair, she had not bothered, it seemed, to tie it back, moved with her like a second body. Harry's left shoulder was bleeding. His left arm was numb from the fingertips to the elbow. He was not, as things stood, a 2-handed swordsman any longer. He was a 1-handed swordsman, and 1-handed star-breathing it was a thing Ubuyashiki had drilled into him for exactly this kind of night. Star-breathing, 5th form, the drawn thread. A single straight thrust, delivered at neck height, with the left hand tucked out of the way behind the back. It was a fencing technique, really. It was not supposed to kill a demon by itself. It was supposed to make a demon move, and to make the demon move in a particular direction, and to let you follow up on the movement. He thrust. Sayuri sidestepped. Sayuri, in the sidestep, laughed. Oh, clever boy, a Hashira who fences. Clever. What school? English school? The old Italian? English. Oh, delicious, do more. He did more. Star-breathing, 6th form, starlight on the rain. A very short, very fast flurry of 4 cuts, each of which was not, by itself, fatal, but which collectively set up a 5th cut the opponent could not anticipate. He delivered them. Sayuri parried 1, parried 2, parried 3, caught the 4th on the flat of her knife, and then the 5th went through her wrist. Her knife dropped. She did not scream. She did not even look surprised. She flowed backward, put her wrist against her mouth, sucked on the stump in a way Harry was going to remember for the rest of his life, and her wrist slowly but visibly began to regrow. Oh, she said, around her own flesh, you are very good. Who taught you? Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Ah. The little blind man, I will have to meet him. You will not. Do you know I ate his elder sister? In 1911, I ate her. She did not scream either. Your lineage is very stoic, little Hashira. I like it. I will eat you, I think, with salt. Try, she tried. The Upper Moon 5's speed under the chandeliers of Dumbledore's office was not the speed of Dauma, but it was far faster than anything Harry had ever sparred against, and the space was not suited for a clean duel. Desks, chairs, the phoenix perch. She used them all. She came at him 3 times from angles that made the room itself into a weapon. He parried what he could. He took what he had to. A cut opened along his cheek. A cut opened along his right forearm. A cut, worse, opened under his ribs, and he felt, very briefly, the hot little startle of a lung that had been touched. He took a step back. He breathed. 3 in, 3 hold, 3 out, not battle breath, slower, Ubuyashiki's stilling pattern. The one you did before you drew. The one that reminded you what you were. The office faded around him. The sounds faded. His heartbeat, which had been up near 140, began to come down. Breathe, my love, someone said. 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. You are going to be all right, his mother. He had been hearing her off and on for days. 4 in, love, 4 hold. He breathed, 6 out, now stand up straight. He stood up straight. Sayuri was watching him with her head slightly tilted. Oh, she said softly. Oh dear, what is happening to your blade? Harry looked down. His sword, his black and red, quiet star-colored blade, was slowly lightening. The red that had always lived deep inside it was coming up to the surface. The black was thinning, paling. For one astonishing moment, as Harry watched, the blade flashed very briefly, very distantly, a clear, unmistakable, impossible white. Sayuri stopped laughing. "No," she said. Harry moved. He did not, he would say, afterward, know what he had done. He had drawn no technique. He had counted no form. He had cut the way the blade had told him to cut, which was simple. Horizontal, left to right at the height of her shoulders, with his right hand alone in a single long line that did not feel, as he made it, like any other line he had ever drawn. Sayuri parried with both hands. Both hands came off. The cut continued through, unslowed, and took her head off. The head hit the bookcase. The body hit the rug. Both were in 3 heartbeats, ash. The room, the sound and heat and light of it, came rushing back. Harry went to one knee. The blade, when he looked at it, was black again, with the soft red pulse in the deep. The flash of white had been an instant. He had not dreamed it. He knew he had not dreamed it. He was bleeding from 4 places, and his left arm was still numb, and his mother's voice in his ear was gone. "Harry!" Hermione, off the desk, running toward him. "Harry, Ron, get Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore, Harry. Oh, Harry, I'm all right." "You are not all right, you are bleeding everywhere." "I'm all right, Hermione." "Mr. Potter." Dumbledore. Harry turned his head. Dumbledore was kneeling beside him. Dumbledore's blue eyes were very wide and very, very bright. "Mr. Potter, your sword." "Yes, sir." "Your sword, Harry." "Sir, yes." "It turned, yes, I saw it from the door. I have been waiting, Harry Potter, to see that color since I was a very young man. I did not expect to see it in this room. I did not expect to see it tonight. You, sir." "Harry, that was sun breathing. Harry, that was a sun breather's cut, and your blade knew it." Harry did not answer. He did not have the breath for it. He looked at his mother's sword, sheathed back in its scabbard, the pulse of red inside it steady and slow. "Not yet, Mum," he said softly into the blade. "Not yet, but soon. I am almost there. Almost." Madame Pomfrey did not that night ask questions. She had been dragged out of her quarters by Ron Weasley, in a state of agitation so visible that she had grabbed her dressing gown rather than put it on properly. And she had run, barefooted, along the corridor with him. And she had come into Dumbledore's office to find 6 piles of ash on the rug and 2 Hashira, one on his feet and one on one knee. And a bushy-haired Gryffindor girl holding a Gryffindor boy's hand so tightly the boy had started to lose color in his fingers. What Madame Pomfrey had begun sensibly. "Madam," Dumbledore had said, "it is a long story. The short version is that Mr. Potter has been through a great deal tonight and requires a great deal of attention, and the tall gentleman in the black and bronze Haori will also require attention, though he will decline it politely until he falls down. The pink-robed woman is, at present, not herself. She will be taken to St. Mungo's at dawn. There are things that need burning. There are many things. Please begin with Mr. Potter." Madame Pomfrey had looked at Harry. Madame Pomfrey had begun with Harry. She had run her wand down him in long, slow sweeps. She had murmured. She had clucked her tongue. She had at one point said, "Oh, for heaven's sake, Mr. Potter," in the voice of a woman who had patched him up too many times in his short career. She had closed the cut under his ribs. She had cleaned the cut on his cheek. She had spelled feeling back into his left arm, which had been not numb but nearly severed at the shoulder nerve. "That was a close call, Mr. Potter. You'll not have use of it for 3 days. She had finally, grudgingly, turned to Jiu. Jiu had accepted the cleaning of 2 small cuts. He had refused the sleep potion. He had said, "Madame Pomfrey, thank you." "You're very welcome, Mr. Tomioka." Jiu. "Well, Mr. Tomioka, you will sleep. In the bed I am about to put you in, and you will sleep through the day. I will rest 2 hours with respect. You must lie down, Mr. Tomioka, is what you must. Now." Jiu, who had faced an upper moon in a pine clearing an hour earlier, looked at Madame Pomfrey and, to Harry's immense private joy, said, "Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Good boy." Some hours later, in the hospital wing, in the gray just before dawn, Harry and Hermione and Ron sat on 3 adjoining beds, and Jiu Tomioka, 2 beds down, slept. It was genuine sleep. Harry had never seen him sleep before. It was, somehow, the most astonishing thing that had happened that night. Hermione was crying silently into Harry's one functional shoulder. Ron was sitting with his knees drawn up to his chest, holding a pillow, not crying but looking as if he very much wanted permission to. I killed one of them, Ron said after a long silence. The Gryffindor, I threw the paperweight. Tomioka-san cut him, but I started it, I threw the paperweight. Ron, number it's all right. I'm all right, I need to say it out loud. I threw the paperweight at a child. He wasn't a child anymore, Ron. I know. Ron, I know, Harry. She turned him months ago. He hasn't been a child for most of a term. What you did. I know, Harry. Harry looked at him. Ron's freckles were standing out very sharply against the pallor of his skin, and his red hair was, in the hospital wing moonlight, almost colorless, and his eyes were a pale, exhausted blue, and Harry loved him, very much in that moment, with a clean and astonished love that had nothing at all to do with childhood friendship. Thank you, Ron Weasley, he said quietly. You saved my life. I did not. You did. You distracted him. If you hadn't, he would have come at my back while I was fighting her. I owe you. You don't. I do. Shut up. Yes. Hermione lifted her head from Harry's shoulder. Harry, yes, your blade, it went white. It flashed white. For how long? Less than a second. What does that mean? It means, Harry said, that somewhere in me I am closer to sun breathing than Ubuyashiki thought. My mother was a sun breather. She did not think she could teach me. She did not have time. She wrote what she knew in her letter, but the letter is not a manual. It is an invocation. I am, it seems, beginning. Dumbledore is going to bring me someone. Someone? A man, someone who trained with my mother. He lives in the Orkneys, apparently, which I did not know. Dumbledore is going to bring him here tomorrow. Dumbledore knew there was a sun breather in the Orkneys. Apparently he has known for 40 years. Hermione stared. Harry? Yes, Hermione. Dumbledore has been keeping an entire shadow world's worth of people from you. I know. Are you angry? I am trying, Harry said very carefully, very hard not to be. Not yet. Not until I have slept. I will be angry later. Right now I am grateful. I am grateful he let Tomioka-san into the castle. I am grateful he was ready tonight. I am grateful he held the flue closed, because if that flue had stayed open, Hermione, there would have been more. There would have been a dozen more. Sayuri had. She had been cultivating 6 students. Do you understand how long she had been here? How many she could have converted in another 6 weeks? This was a foothold, Hermione. Hogwarts was going to be a foothold. Musin wanted a nest in a wizarding school because a wizarding school is full of children, and children make the fastest demons. Ron very quietly said, Harry, yes, I am going to be sick again, I think. Go be sick, Ron, I'll be here when you come back. Ron went to be sick. He came back. He lay down flat on his bed. He closed his eyes. Hermione, beside Harry, reached out and took Ron's hand across the gap between the beds and held it silently. Harry, with his good arm, put his hand over both of theirs. We're all right, he said. We are all right. We are going to be all right. Promise. I promise. Harry, yes, Hermione. I love you. I love you too. I love both of you. We know, Ron from the pillow said, half asleep, we know. They slept. Outside the hospital wing windows, dawn began very slowly in the east. The sky over the forbidden forest was the color of an unripe peach. The pines, from this height, looked black. Somewhere out in them, where no human foot would walk for weeks, the clearing where Dauma had died was slowly filling with new snow, and above it, a very ordinary hawk was sketching a slow spiral in the cold air. The castle took a breath. The castle, finally, was quiet. Some way further out, several hundred miles, in a manor house nobody could find on a map unless a Kazuki told them where to look, a man in a tall collar and gloves read a piece of paper that a gloved hand had given him. He read it in silence. He read it a second time. He set the paper down on the table. He removed his gloves slowly, finger by finger. So, Musin Kibitsuji said very softly. So, Dauma gone, Sayuri gone, 2 in one night. A child did this. He did not raise his voice. He did not have to. His voice, in rooms like this, was a room of its own. The 2 demons kneeling before him did not move. Bring me Akaza, Musin said. Bring me Akaza, bring me Kokashibo. Bring me, he paused. He smiled very faintly. Bring me all of them. I believe now we will go to England ourselves. The demons nodded. The demons left. Muzan Kibitsuji stood at the window of a room that had no window in a house that did not exist and looked out at a garden of black flowers that bloomed only at night, and for one long moment he was, though he would never have used the word about himself, angry. The man from the Orkneys arrived at 4:30 for the next afternoon, in a coat that had been the best coat in Stromness 20 years earlier and had since become something else. A garment worn for weather, like the skin of a seal. He was, Harry thought, around 60. His hair was gray and cropped close to the skull. His face was the color of cured bacon. His eyes were a mild, clear blue, and when he walked into the hospital wing, where Harry was sitting up in bed eating a bowl of chicken broth that Madame Pomfrey had informed him he would be drinking whether he liked it or not, he paused in the doorway and looked at Harry for a long moment and said, "Ah, you have her mouth." Harry set down the spoon. "My mother's." "Yes." The man came in. He did not bow, he held out a very worn hand. "Callum MacBride, I trained with your mother for 2 years. I am told, the last man in Britain who breathes the sun. I suppose I am now the second last. Dumbledore asked me to come. I would have come if he hadn't. I have been watching the papers for 40 years. Watching for what? For this. For you, boy." He sat down in the visitor's chair. He took off his coat and folded it neatly across his knee. He was wearing underneath a plain dark jumper and dark trousers, and at his hip on a plain leather belt, the grip worn, the crossbar simple, was a sword. Harry looked at the sword. Callum MacBride, seeing him look, drew it, without drama, and held it out, flat-handed, palm up, the way you showed a blade to a fellow swordsman, and Harry leaned forward. And even in the late afternoon light of the hospital wing, the sword was white. Not a cold white, a warm white, almost yellow, almost the color of a butter-new candle. "Sun-colored," Harry said softly. "Sun-colored." Mine, flashed. "Yes, just for a moment. Yes. Then you are further along than I was at 14, and I was the youngest student your mother had. You are almost there, boy, not all the way, but close. Do you want to be taught?" "Yes, sir." "Callum." "Yes, Callum. Then we begin tomorrow at dawn, and we will work in the grounds for as long as this school will give us. And after that we will work in the Forbidden Forest if we have to, and after that we will work on a boat on the North Sea if we have to, because I have been told by Mr. Dumbledore that your window for becoming a sun-breather is now very short. And I believe him. You have been taken, haven't you?" "Taken?" "Noticed. Noticed is what I mean. By him. By Kibitsuji." Harry's hands on the bed went cold. "Yes. Well," Callum sighed. "Well, then we had best be quick. Your mother would be angry at me for being so rude to a boy who has just killed an upper moon, but your mother would also tell me to be rude because she was rude when she was tired. Eat your broth, Harry. Sleep. I will see you at dawn." He picked up his coat. He stood. He paused at the door. "Harry?" "Yes. She loved you very much." "I know. She said, in her last letter to me, that she had a boy and that the boy's hair would not lie down, and that she had tried 5 different kinds of comb, and that she had, at the end, given up and was simply enjoying looking at him. She sent me a lock of his hair. I have it in a box at home. I will bring it next time." Harry could not answer. Callum nodded as if he had not expected an answer, and went out. Harry, alone, put his spoon down in his bowl and put his face in his hands, and cried for the first time in, properly, years for his mother, who had loved him very much, and whom he had never gotten to know, and whose hair he had inherited, and whose mouth he had inherited, and whose sword, he was beginning to hope, he might one day inherit the breath of. When he was done, he wiped his face, and he picked up his spoon, and he finished his broth. In the bed 2 down, Jiu Tomioka, without opening his eyes, said, "Well done, Potter. You were awake." "Yes. You should be sleeping." I am. "Go back to sleep, Tomioka-san." "Yes." And Jiu went back to sleep, and Harry some time later went too. Dolar's Umbridge did not die. Madame Pomfrey and a pair of grim, tight-lipped healers from St. Mungo's who arrived at dawn with a locked trunk of their own and asked no questions, stabilized her. She was, it turned out, only moderately broken. A Kazuki living in a wizard's body was a parasitic arrangement that could, if interrupted carefully, be ended without killing the host. Sayuri had not wanted to kill her host, because killing the host would have forced her into the open. It was, in the end, why she had lost. Umbridge would spend the next 3 years at St. Mungo's, and then, when she was finally discharged, she would remember none of it. She would go home to her mother's flat in Hampshire and tell her neighbors, with a small vacant smile, that she had been unwell for a time. And she would never again set foot in a ministry building, because Dolor's Umbridge was not the kind of mind that survived having had another, colder mind inside it for 6 weeks and walked out whole. Harry, later, would feel, to his own surprise, a small, ragged pity for her, but that was later. That morning, in the gray before the pale winter dawn, a very different figure walked into Dumbledore's office. Cornelius Fudge. Someone had told him, a ministry problem. He had come reasonably quickly to sort it out. He had brought Aurors. He had brought forms. Dumbledore, who had, Harry would learn, not slept, met him at the top of the stairs in a dark robe and a dark expression and said, "Minister, we have a great deal to discuss." "Oh, Dolor's is at St. Mungo's. 6 of our students are gone. I will not in this room tell you why. Not yet, not all of it. I will, however, tell you this. The next person the ministry sends to this castle will be someone I have personally vetted or no one at all. Do I make myself clear?" Fudge opened his mouth. "Do I make myself clear, Cornelius?" Fudge closed his mouth. "Yes, Albus." "Good, sit down, have tea. I will tell you the parts of the story you are permitted to know, and then you will go back to London, and I would suggest, Minister, that you begin to use the phrase, 'There are things we do not talk about,' with a little more frequency in your press briefings for the next few months. It will save you a great deal of trouble." Fudge, to his credit, did not argue. He drank his tea. He listened. He left. He did not, in the months that followed, ever again attempt to place a ministry observer at Hogwarts. He was, several years on, quietly replaced. And although Albus Dumbledore did not in fact tell him more than a carefully curated 15% of the truth that morning, Cornelius Fudge went home that afternoon with the air of a man who had, for the first time in his career, been reminded that the world he thought he ran was a very small subsection of the world that was actually running. Harry Potter, by then, was out on the grounds. He was limping. His left arm was in a sling. He was wearing Callum MacBride's spare coat over his hospital pajamas, and he was holding his sword in his right hand, and he was standing in a small, fresh ring of snow that Callum had trampled flat in the lee of the Quidditch stands, and Callum was standing opposite him in the same ring, and Callum was saying, "First position. Now breathe," Harry breathed. "That is not it. You are breathing star. That is a very pretty star, boy, and I know who taught it to you. Star is the sun with footnotes. I want the sun, try again, 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. Stop counting, let the count fall away, breathe as if the sun were coming up." Harry tried. Again, he tried. Again, he tried. On the 19th attempt, very faintly, the edge of his blade, for perhaps a second, went pale. Callum nodded. "Good," he said. "That is good, that is a start, again." They worked until the sun was full up, and then they went in for breakfast. In the great hall, Harry ate a plate of eggs and toast, and he looked at Ron, who was sitting across from him, who looked as though he had slept for a small age and was, again, eating for 3. He looked at Hermione, beside Ron, who was writing something in a notebook with the fixed professional look of a girl, compiling a list of things she intended to bring up in the next conversation. He looked at Giu at the high table, seated again between Dumbledore and McGonagall, drinking hot water. He looked up at the ceiling. It showed a clear winter sky with very high, very thin clouds. He did not feel exactly hopeful. He felt ready. "Musen Kibitsuji," he thought, in a voice he did not know had got so hard. "Come then. I am here. My friends are here. My teachers are here. Come and see what we have made of your favorite trick." He ate his eggs. In the Ravenclaw section, Anthony Goldstein, his cough gone, his color back, was sitting with his friends for the first time in weeks, and he was laughing at something one of them had said, and he did not yet know how close he had come, and he would never quite know, because that was the kindness Hashiras tried to leave behind them when they could. Outside, snow was falling in thin, deliberate flakes once again, and beyond the grounds, on the path from the Forbidden Forest, an owl was coming in fast from the south, carrying a small bamboo tube in its claws, and the tube, this time, was black, which was not a color bamboo tubes came in unless they were carrying the kind of news that did not come in a paper-colored tube. Dumbledore, at the high table, had already seen the owl. Dumbledore, at the high table, was already standing up. The owl dropped its black tube into Dumbledore's outstretched hand. Dumbledore read it at the high table without sitting down. His lips moved through it once. He folded it. He set it on his plate. Then very slowly, as if he had in that moment grown an extra decade, he looked down the length of the great hall at Harry Potter and he nodded. Just once, Harry rose. "What is it?" Ron said low. "News. Bad news. The worst kind." Harry and Dumbledore met at the door of the hall. Dumbledore did not speak until they had cleared the long stone corridor. Then, in a voice pitched so that it would not carry past the space between them, he said, "He is coming, Harry. Musin. Himself." In person, that was the message. That was the only line. My boy, I have been afraid of this for 40 years and it is somehow not like I imagined it would be. Very few things are. When? Days. Perhaps a week. He does not ordinarily rush. But Kokoshibo is dead, apparently the message said so, said simply Kokoshibo is gone, and I do not know how that happened. Kokoshibo, wait, Kokoshibo is gone? Your friend Tomioka has many abilities he does not, as a general rule, advertise. Yes, Kokoshibo is gone. We shall ask him about it at tea. Or we shall not, he does not like discussing his work. It is a habit of his order. He killed. Yes. Tomioka-san killed. Yes, Harry, put it away, we have work. They walked on in silence. At the foot of the West Tower, Dumbledore paused at the gargoyle and looked at Harry for a long moment. I want you to understand something, Dumbledore said. Sir? I have been, for you, a bad guardian. Not a bad teacher, perhaps, but a bad guardian. I knew about the core. I knew about your mother. I did not tell you. I did not think you were ready. I was, in retrospect, wrong. I was correct, it turned out, in my trust of Kagaya Ubuyashiki to find you, but I should have trusted you also. I want to say this to you now, before the war begins, because I do not know whether I will have a chance to say it after. Sir, let me finish. Yes, sir. I am not, Harry Potter, going to promise you that I will survive the next week. I am old. I am very old, in some respects, considerably older than I look. I have, in my life, made choices that have left small dark patches on my soul, which I have spent most of the last century trying to keep lit. I have, in my great age, developed a very specific list of regrets. I do not wish to add you to it. I am, therefore, telling you now, not so that you will say something back, but so that I will know, if it comes to it, that you heard, that I am proud of you, that I have loved you. That your mother would, were she watching, have loved what you have become, and that your father, who was by the way an unexpectedly capable man himself, would have laughed at the sheer unlikelihood of it. Now, do not say anything. Go to dinner. Sleep. I will see you in the morning. Harry, unable to speak, nodded. He went to dinner. He slept very little. He dreamed, very briefly, of a room full of paper screens and the smell of cypress, and of a blind man who smiled at him from a porch and said, gently, almost now, Harry, almost now. He woke with the sense of a hand on his shoulder, though nothing was on his shoulder. Outside the window, snow was falling. The war had, functionally, begun. That night in Japan, at the moment Harry was dreaming of the porch, Kagaya Ubuyashiki sat in his garden in the very last of his strength, and he closed his eyes and he smiled. His youngest daughter, Kanata, sat beside him, reading aloud from a book of poems he had loved as a young man. Father, she said softly, when she had finished a page. Yes, little star. He will win? Yes. You are sure? I am sure. I have known, since I was a boy, that the last great fight would not be fought by someone of my bloodline. It would be fought by a foreign boy with a mother who loved him enough to die for him. I have been, these last years, waiting to meet him. I have met him. He is a good boy, he will win. I am at peace, little star. Father, and when he wins, Kanata, you will ask him for me to take the Haori you have been making. Father, that Haori is his, little star, it always was. Kanata, without speaking, reached out and took her father's hand. The old man, with a small, satisfied sigh, set down his teacup. He did not pick it up again. The wind across the garden turned. In the same hour that Kagaya Ubuyashiki slipped, quietly, out of the world that he had loved and served for 60 years. A servant owl, a gray one with a flat face and the sad, fierce, small dignity of a creature that has been given a very important job, left the Ubuyashiki estate for the last time, carrying in its bamboo tube a single black envelope. The envelope was bound for Scotland. It would not arrive for 2 days. When it did, Harry Potter would open it in the entrance hall of the castle, and he would read, with Hermione and Ron on either side of him, the brief and perfect line Kagaya had written for him in the last hour of the master's life. "Be brave, my small son. I have seen the rest of you. You will be very fine." And he would, as was his habit by then, carry the line folded against his chest into the battle that was coming. But that was still ahead. Ron, in the common room the next night, said quietly, "Harry, when this is over, yes, I want to go to Japan with you once, to meet the old man before. Ron, I know he's old. Yes, I want to meet him anyway. You will, Ron, I promise." "Okay. But first, yes, Musin, yes, Musin." Ron was quiet for a while, then he said, "You know what's funny, Harry?" "What?" "I would have said a year ago that I was not brave, not properly brave. Brave by your standards or Hermione's, maybe, but not by the standards of the people in history books. I would have said that if someone really bad came for you, you know, really, really bad, I would want to be there, but I wouldn't be, because I would be too scared. I would have believed that about myself, honestly. I don't anymore." "Why not?" "Because I threw a paperweight at a demon last week, and I got Myoni behind a bookcase, and I learned a water breathing something from a man who does not teach, and I am going to be standing on a gallery with her in a few nights holding our end. And I am not, Harry, I am not scared of it. I am frightened, but I am not scared. Do you understand the difference?" "Yes," Harry said, and he did. "So I reckon," Ron said, "I was wrong about myself." "I reckon so too. And that's a gift, Ron. That's a thing a lot of people never get." They sat in companionable quiet. Hermione, across the room, looked up from her parchment. She did not ask what they had been talking about. She did not need to. She came over and sat with them, and she leaned against Harry's good shoulder, and the three of them watched the fire. "Ready," she said after a long time. "Ready," Harry said. "Ready," Ron said. "Good." The fire snapped. Outside, the snow continued to fall over the grounds. In the Forbidden Forest, a very ordinary wind moved through the pines and disturbed nothing. Musin Kibitsuji, several hundred miles from Scotland, ate an ortolan from a small silver dish and smiled at no one in particular, and thought about a 14-year-old boy with green eyes and a sun-colored blade, and decided finally that he would enjoy very much watching the great hall's ceiling fall on him. He stood up. He put on his coat. He began, at last, to travel. Chapter 4 end. Chapter 5. Moon over the castle, the black bamboo tube contained a single line. In a hand Harry had begun to learn to read by the rhythm of its brushstrokes. "He is coming himself." That was all. It did not say when. It did not say with whom. It did not say in what form. But Kagaya Ubuyashiki did not write letters in black bamboo for the minor items, and he did not, as far as Harry knew, send the same line simultaneously to 8 other Hashira scattered across 3 countries unless he had, in his specific, quiet, dying way, decided that the thing they had all been waiting for most of their lives was, finally, about to happen. Harry read the line at breakfast, standing up. "Dumbledore," he said to the whole high table. "Sorry, can I come with me, Harry?" They went. In the headmaster's office, with the door shut and Fawkes on his perch, Dumbledore took the tube from Harry's hand, read the line, folded the paper along a crease the paper already knew, and handed the tube back. "Right," Dumbledore said softly. "So, we have perhaps a week, perhaps 3 days." "Sir, less than a week, more than 3 days. He does not move quickly, Harry. He is very old and very vain, and he is also, fundamentally, a coward. He will not appear until he is sure. He has been taking the measure of the castle for months through his lieutenants. He now knows, because you have killed 2 of his highest, that the castle is defended. He will not, therefore, come alone. He will come with all of them, I suspect. Akaza, Kokoshibo, any lower moons he has not bothered to refill. His oldest retainers. He will come in overwhelming strength. He will come at night. And he will come, I think, through our front door because he is, as I say, vain, and a back door would offend him." "Sir, through the front door?" "The front gate. The Hogwarts gates. He will not, I think, sneak. He will walk in through the gates in the middle of the night, and he will expect someone to meet him at the top of the drive. He will make a speech. He will offer terms. He will not mean the terms, but he will offer them because he has done this for 1100 years, and at every turning point in every struggle he has offered terms and watched the people he was about to eat argue with each other for the decisive 15 minutes while he arranged the killing. Has it ever worked? Oh yes, many times. Hogwarts is not, however, a place where the offering of terms generally works. No, sir. Dumbledore stood. He went to the window. He looked out over the grounds, his hands folded behind his back, his midnight blue robe catching the afternoon light. Harry, yes, sir. I owe you a great deal of explanation. Yes, sir. I have owed it to you for some time. Yes, sir. Would you like it now or after we have won? Harry considered the question for a long moment. After, he said finally. After, please. I think if you start telling me now, I will not be able to stop you, and I need to be able to think about swords for the next 3 days, and I cannot think about swords if I am also thinking about whether to be angry with you. So later, sir, please. Dumbledore turned. He looked at Harry for a long, careful moment, and he did something Harry had never seen him do before. He bowed. A small, precise, old-world bow from the waist, the way the Japanese did. Thank you, Harry Potter. Yes, sir. Now go and train. Yes, sir. Harry went and trained. For 3 days, Callum MacBride did not let him rest. They rose before dawn. They walked down to the inlet on the Black Lake where Jiu had taken him into the water. They worked at first on the ground, later, as the morning came up, on a flat slab that had been, probably, the footing of some ancient dock and was now worn smooth. They worked on breath. They worked on footwork. They worked on the sun-breathing forms that Callum had himself been taught 30 years before in the house of a swordsmith whose name he would not speak out loud. First form, Callum said. Dance of the fire god, say it. Dance of the fire god. Forget what you know about the first form of star. This is not that. This is a spinning cut. You are going to turn in place, lowering as you do so that at the bottom of the spin you are in a crouch. The cut goes around your entire body at hip height. You are going to feel that your feet are lifting and you are going to ignore that feeling because your feet will not lift unless you let them. It is called the dance because it is. Swing, Harry swung. The spin was, frankly, a disaster. He went over on his left ankle, he swore. Callum did not laugh, Callum did not move. Again, he swung, better. Again. By the end of the first morning, Harry could execute Dance of the Fire God once without falling. By the end of the second, he could do it twice. By the end of the third, he could do it 3 times in sequence, and on the third, briefly, his blade flickered pale, not the bright white of Callum's blade, but pale, warming the color of a late summer afternoon. Callum watched. Callum did not visibly react. Again. On the 4th attempt, Harry's blade, for a whole 2 seconds, stayed pale. Callum at last said, "Good boy, that is good. That is, yes, that is your mother's color." Harry sat down on the rock. He could not, for a moment, speak. Callum sat down with him. The two of them watched the lake for a long moment, the wind moving the water in small steel-colored patterns, and at last Callum said, quietly, "Her blade it was almost the same white, a little cooler, more like the moon at noon, if you see what I mean. Yours is warmer. That is, I think, because you are angrier than she was. It is not a bad thing entirely. But you will need to do something about the anger, or it will take the color off again. Do you understand?" "Yes." "How?" "I breathe it out." "Yes, you breathe it out. Not into the room, not onto a person. Into the ground, into the lake, into a tree if there is a tree. You leave it somewhere and you walk away and you come back to your sword clean. A sun-breather cannot fight angry. A sun-breather can fight sad. A sun-breather can fight afraid, though afraid is harder, but not angry. Anger is for flame-breathers, and the best flame-breathers died young, and that is not an accident." "Yes, Callum." "Good, rest, we are not done." Harry rested. Harry rested, stood again. They ran through every form they had worked on so far, the first, the second, the fourth, which was called Clear Blue Sky, the 6th, called Sunflower Thrust. Harry got through all of them without his blade going dark. On the Sunflower Thrust, the blade held a warm color for 3 full seconds. "You are," Callum said, "going to have it by tomorrow." "Have what?" Full color, all the way through a form. The 13th, well, we will not reach the 13th, which is the one that matters, I think, because the 13th is 200 years of practice for most men, but you will have a working sun breathing. Enough to stand opposite him. Enough, Harry, enough to fight. Him, Kibitsuji. Harry swallowed. Can I kill him? He asked. Callum looked at him for a long time. Not by yourself, he said at last. Not even with Tomioka beside you. There are old accounts from before my time, from before your mother's time, that say Kibitsuji cannot be killed by one blade. That he must be held in sunlight. That he must be held in sunlight until he dies of being in it. Our job is not to kill him, Harry. Our job is to hold him. Our job is to keep him from leaving the place we trap him in. Sunrise will kill him. We must get him to sunrise. That is the whole of the matter. How long? How long? From when he arrives to when the sun comes up. Depends what time he arrives. Sunrise in 2 days is at 7:12, as it happens. I checked. If he arrives at midnight, you hold him for 7 hours. If he arrives at 4, you hold him 3. If he arrives at 6, if he arrives at 6:30, we will all have a very short, very decisive morning. Right. Can you hold him that long? Number, neither can Tomioka. Neither can I, neither can the three of us together. Do you understand what this means? It means we need help. Yes, and the help is coming. The other Hashira? Some of them. Callum smiled, a small sad smile. Some of them. Your letter from Ubuyashiki was the same letter 8 other Hashira got this morning. They are on boats. They are on trains. They will not, most of them, reach us in time. We will have 2, possibly 3. We have Jiyu. I am told we will have Mitsuri, the love Hashira, if she can get a portkey cleared, and Muakairo if a portkey can be stolen for him, and possibly, only possibly Jaiomai, though Jaiomai is a slow traveler and he was in Kyoto when the letter left. How many is enough? For Kibitsuji alone, 4 Hashira. For his full retinue, at least 8, and even then, Harry, nobody has ever done what we are about to try. 3 plus you plus me plus Tomioka is 5. If Mitsuri makes it 6, we will fight with what we have, and there is Dumbledore. Sir, is Dumbledore, I do not know, Harry, what Albus Dumbledore is exactly. He is very old, and he has fought very old things, and he has been in rooms with very old things and walked out. I know he knew your instructor. I know he has sat across a table from a Kazuki before. I know he will fight tomorrow night. Beyond that I cannot say. Dumbledore does not say what he is. He has his reasons. I have in my life learned to take Dumbledore as I find him. Harry, despite himself, smiled. That is what my mother said about him in her last letter to me, you know, Callum added. Take Albus as you find him. Lily was very fond of him. Also, she said, a little afraid. I think she was right on both counts. Come on, stand up again. Harry stood up. He worked until the sun went down, and then they walked back to the castle. And he ate supper sitting next to Hermione, who had, in the 3 days he had been training, been running her own war. She had, for reasons Harry did not entirely understand but would come to appreciate, gone through every single book of Japanese folklore in the restricted section, every single book of English folklore that mentioned the word Onryo, every single book of comparative magic in the reserve stack, and by the end of the 3rd evening she laid out, on the Gryffindor table in front of him, a small, neat, terrifying document in her exact handwriting on 4 sheets of parchment. Harry. Yes, I have mapped the castle. You have. I have mapped the castle, from the point of view of a solar geometry problem. I have identified every window in the school through which direct sunlight enters the interior at dawn on the morning after tomorrow. I have identified every pane that has been, enchanted to refract or refuse light, so that we do not, when we want a shaft of sun, get a shaft of enchanted not sun. I have, with Hagrid's help, cleared the gutters on 7 of those windows, which were full of leaves. I have identified the 3 indoor spaces in the castle that will, at 7:12, be fully illuminated by direct sunrise. And I have, Harry, oh, this was the hard part, I have gotten the staircases to agree, in advance, not to move during the period between 6:50 and 7:30, which is, I think, the first negotiated truce in the history of the staircases of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall helped. Harry stared at her. He stared for a long moment. Then he got up out of his seat, walked around the table, and hugged her very tightly with his one good arm. Hermione Granger. Yes, you are the most dangerous person in this castle. Well, yes, I have been for some time. I have been waiting for somebody to notice. Noted, eat your pork. He sat down, he ate his pork. Across the table, Ron, who had over the same 3 days been helping Jiu walk the grounds because Jiu did not really know the castle's physical geography and did not trust it, said, Harry. Yes, he's, Tomioka, he's taught me a trick. A trick. A wand trick. Ron, not a wand trick, a water trick. A water breathing, oh Merlin, I can't remember the name of it. But he showed me how to put a little drop of water on the end of my wand and make it, he called it a guide. So that the tip of the wand, when I draw, goes through a particular path in the air. Like a, Ron, are you telling me you have learned in 3 days a water-breathing technique? No, Merlin, number a suggestion of one. Enough to improve my aim, that's all. But Harry, my aim's much better. I cast a stunner at a squirrel this morning and I missed the squirrel, but I would have missed it by more than that last week. Do you see? Yes. It's helping. Good. Tomioka-san said I was, he said I had the temperament for water. You know what that means? Yes. He says I am going to be, if I survive all this, serviceable. Ron, serviceable, I asked him what that meant. He said in his language it was a compliment. Ron, I know it was a compliment. Harry smiled. He smiled despite himself, despite the knot in his belly, despite the dread that had been living in his lungs for 3 days. He smiled at Ron, who was holding a fork full of potato and grinning at him, and he smiled at Hermione, who was pretending to read while listening, and he smiled at Jiu, who was drinking hot water at the high table and had not visibly smiled back, and he smiled at Callum MacBride, who was sitting beside Jiu and was cutting his beef roast with a knife Harry realized, with a small jolt, was not a kitchen knife, but a Nichirin knife cut down short for table work. All right, Harry said. All right, we are ready. Are we? As ready as we're going to be. All right, Hermione said. Then let us go to bed early and dream about nothing. That is how I would prefer to spend tonight. They did not dream about nothing, but they went to bed early. The next day, the waiting day, was very quiet. Classes went on. Snow continued to fall. McGonagall lectured on transfiguration with a faraway, grim, professional look that Harry recognized as the look she had worn during the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, which was the look of a woman who had made a plan and was now determined to trust it. Dumbledore was not at lunch. He was, Harry was told, meeting in the room of requirement with 2 people neither Harry nor Hermione knew, and when he emerged at 3 in the afternoon, he went straight out to the grounds and walked on his own to the gates, where he stood for half an hour with his hands behind his back looking down the drive. Jiu Tomioka stood at the kitchen door with Hagrid, who was feeding him an enormous pasty. Jiu ate it without expression. Hagrid grinned at him. They went in. Callum MacBride taught Harry one final form that morning, the 9th, which was called Sunset Lotus, and which was an over-the-shoulder descending cut designed to take an opponent's head from behind in a room too small for a full-length blade swing, and then, having taught it, put his hand on Harry's cheek for a moment the way an uncle puts his hand on a nephew's cheek and said, "That's what I can give you, boy. The rest is yours to find. I have nothing else." "Thank you, Callum." "Harry." "Yes." "If I do not, don't." "If I do not, Callum, you will give me a burial if there's enough left without the wizards. We bury our own, your mother and I, the way we did in the core. Promise me." Harry swallowed. "I promise." "Good, now come, let us get a nap. Tonight is going to be a long one." They got a nap. Somewhere around 6 in the evening, Harry was woken by Hermione Granger shaking his shoulder and saying, Harry, Mitsuri is here." He sat up. "Where?" "Entrance hall." "Does she speak English?" "She speaks a little, very little." "She is, Harry, she is extraordinary." Harry came down. Mitsuri Kanroji, love Hashira, was standing in the entrance hall in the Haori of her rank, pink and green, with the long fall of her hair braided in 3 sections over one shoulder. And she was smiling at Minerva McGonagall with an expression of such uncomplicated joy that McGonagall had forgotten to be severe. She was hugging a small painted sweet bean bun in one hand. She was eating, from a paper bag, a butter-beer-flavored fudge that Fred and George had almost certainly sold her on the path up from Hogsmeade. Because Mitsuri Kanroji was a woman who inspired, in confectioners, the sort of urgent generosity that could empty a shop in under a minute. "Ooh," she said as Harry came down the stairs. "Ooh, little one, small Hashira, so small I could eat you. Ubuyashiki-sama wrote to me so much about you, oh come, come," she hugged him. He was, briefly, off the floor. When she set him down, she held him at arm's length and beamed at him, and the beam was, as every witness would later agree, the most alarming weapon the defense of Hogwarts had yet acquired. "You are so brave," she said. "So brave and so small." "I brought you," she fished in her Haori. "Senbei, your favorite. Kanata told me, also my sword. Muakairo is on his ship still, he will not be here. Jiomai is Jiomai, he walks, he is," she shrugged. "Perhaps by dawn, perhaps not, you have me. Also, I am very excited. Thank you for including me. Also, who is that very handsome old man by the stairs? Is he a wizard? He looks like a wizard, can I hug him?" "He is Dumbledore," Harry said faintly. "Please do not hug him without asking." "Okay." She went up to Dumbledore. She asked. Dumbledore, bless him, nodded very gravely. She hugged Dumbledore. Harry and Hermione exchanged one of the longest looks of their friendship. "She is a Hashira," Hermione said quietly. "Correct. Yes. She has killed. In the single digits of very high-level demons, yes, and several dozen lower ones, and at one point I am told she fought an upper moon and survived, which is very, very rare. She is currently hugging Albus Dumbledore." "Yes. Right, all right, I am recalibrating." "Me too." Mitsuri finished the hug. She stepped back. Her joy did not now fade. But under it, suddenly, cleanly, something else settled. A steady, patient, attentive thing that was, Harry realized, what a Hashira looked like when she stopped being polite. Mitsuri was not merely a hugger. Mitsuri, in her own way, had switched on. "So," she said in her much less accented, much more level voice, "where do we put the traps?" Hermione blinked. "I have," Hermione said, "a diagram." "Oh, good." They bent over it together. At 8 o'clock they ate. At 9 they dispersed. Hermione and Ron went with McGonagall up to the 4th-floor gallery. Callum MacBride took a position at the top of the marble staircase with his back to a pillar and his sword drawn. Jiu Tomioka stood in the entrance hall with his hands at his sides and his eyes closed. Mitsuri sat on the steps of the staff table in the great hall, humming to herself, eating a pear. Dumbledore sat in his office, alone, with his wand across his knees, and he did not move, and his phoenix burned on the perch behind him with a slow, steady, watchful flame. At 10, it began to snow again. At 11, the snow began to fall harder. At midnight, the gates of Hogwarts, the tall iron gates with the winged boars, did not open so much as sway. At 5 past midnight, Harry Potter, standing at the top of the drive in his warmest coat with his sword in his right hand, and his left arm freshly out of its sling, saw Muzin Kibitsuji walking up through the falling snow toward him, with 6 others behind him in a long line like attendants at a funeral. They were all smiling. Muzin was, by a considerable margin, the one smiling most. "Good evening," he called from 20 yards off in a voice that did not carry the distance and yet somehow reached Harry's ear exactly. "Good evening, Mr. Potter. What a night to meet at last. I apologize for the weather." "Come and have tea," Harry said. Muzin's smile widened. "Oh, delightful," he said. "Oh, I am charmed." He came on up the drive. Behind him, Akaza cracked his knuckles. Behind Akaza, Kokoshibo laid one hand lightly on the hilt of a sword that was not, Harry saw, a Nichirin blade but something older and very wrong. 3 lower moons trailed them, one carrying a lantern that did not cast ordinary light. 6 total, plus Muzin. 7. Harry counted in his head the defenders himself, Jiu, Callum, Mitsuri, Hermione, Ron, Dumbledore. 7 also. 7, Harry thought, against 7. That was fair. That was a sporting count. That was even a little generous toward them. He tightened his right hand on the hilt of his sword. He breathed 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out, and he felt, distantly, the cold red pulse of his mother's blade in his hand. And he thought very clearly, for the first time in a very long time, "Hello, Mum, it's me. We are about to do it." I think you should come along if you don't mind." He thought he felt her smile. Muzin stepped up to him. Muzin was tall. Muzin smelled of very expensive tobacco and of old things that had never been alive. Muzin was still smiling. "Mr. Potter," Muzin said pleasantly, "shall we begin?" "After you," said Harry Potter, and then, as they stepped into the shadow of the arch, every lantern in the castle behind them all at once came on. The lanterns were a stupid thing to have done strategically, and Hermione Granger had not, in planning them, been trying to do anything strategic. She had instead been thinking about morale. She had said to McGonagall at 3 in the afternoon, "They will come in the dark. Let us, when they come, turn on the light. Not to blind them, they are not blinded by torches, but because every person inside the castle will know, in the instant we do it, that we are here." McGonagall had approved. McGonagall had, with the help of Flitwick, rigged every lantern, every sconce, every candelabrum in the entrance hall and the great hall and the 2 long galleries above them to come on at a single flick of a wand. The wand had been Professor Flitwick's. The flick had been at 12, 5, and 22 seconds exactly. Muzin Kibitsuji, in the arch of the front doors, did not blink at the light, but the 3 lower moons behind him did visibly, and Kokoshibo's 6 eyes, 6, Harry had not known this until now, narrowed almost imperceptibly. Akaza looked up at the chandeliers and laughed. "Oh, festive," Akaza said. "Oh, very Hogwarts." "Gentlemen," Dumbledore said from the top of the marble staircase, "welcome to our school." He was in midnight blue with small silver stars, and his beard was tucked, for some reason, into his belt, and he looked, to anyone who had not met him before, like a slightly untidy old man on his way to the greenhouse. He looked, to Harry, like the most dangerous person on the stairs. Muzin bowed. It was a graceful bow, the bow of a man who had been to court. "Professor Dumbledore, an honor. An inconvenience, in fact. May we perhaps arrive at the part where we fight? It has been a long evening already." Muzin smiled. "Oh, Professor, so direct, I had hoped we might not. Terms, number, surely not, Mr. Kibitsuji." The children of this school," Muzin said, and his voice dropped, now, out of the velvet register and into something much colder, "are not your children, Albus Dumbledore. They are merely your charges. I will take as many of them as I like tonight, and I will offer them a gift in exchange, and some of them will accept it. This has been the pattern for 1,000 years. It will be the pattern tonight." "I am afraid," Dumbledore said, mildly, "not," and he moved. Harry had never seen Dumbledore move. He would not see it again. After this night, in his life, the old headmaster simply was, in one heartbeat, at the top of the marble staircase, and in the next heartbeat, without any visible transit between, at the bottom of it, his wand leveled at Muzin's forehead. The tip of the wand so close to Muzin that it was almost touching the skin. Nobody had ever, Harry would learn later, leveled a wand that close to Muzin Kibitsuji's face without being in pieces before the wand was finished being raised. Muzin did not, for one long astonished second, move. Dumbledore did not cast. He simply said, softly, "Consider." Muzin considered. Then Muzin moved. He moved faster than Dauma had moved, faster than Sayuri had moved, faster than anything Harry had known a thing could move. And the only reason Dumbledore was not killed in the moving was that he had been ready for it. He stepped to one side and the stone where he had been standing imploded and the air where he had been leaning was briefly. For a moment, Red and Dumbledore, on the new foot, cast a silver flash of something Harry could not name, and Muzin, for the first time in the evening, visibly hissed. And then the rest of it began. It began all at once, because that is how these things begin. Jiu Tomioka stepped forward from the shadow of the inner door, and the water-breathing 11th form, dead calm, flowered around him in a perimeter through which the 3 lower moons, rushing the entrance hall, could not, for the first critical 3 seconds, pass. 3 seconds were enough for Mitsuri Kenroji to come out of the great hall at a full, love-breathing sprint with her whip blade unspooling behind her like a long pink ribbon. The blade itself, a Nichirin sheet so thin it bent in the air. And for her to take, in her first 2 cuts, the legs off 2 of the lower moons. 3 seconds were enough for Callum MacBride, from the top of the marble staircase, to descend the full length of the staircase in a single cascading sun-breathing drop, and to meet the third lower moon at the landing with a full-color sun-breathing first form which parted its neck, its shoulder, and the banister behind it in a single cut. That left Akaza, Kokushibo, and Muzan. Akaza turned to Jiu. Tomioka. Akaza. You said last time that you would kill me. I said it was not yet time. Is it time? It is time. They engaged. This Harry could not watch because Kokushibo had, in the moment of Akaza engaging Jiu, turned to him. Kokushibo was tall. Kokushibo had 6 eyes. Kokushibo's blade was not Nichirin and had the quiet wrong smell of a metal that had been reforged out of demon bone for 500 years. Kokushibo looked at Harry Potter and said, in a voice like slow wind through a dry pipe, "Little son. Yes, you are very young. Yes, your blade is not yet finished. I will save you the trouble of finishing it. You will try." Kokushibo came at him. Harry, very briefly, breathed the way Callum had taught him. He breathed the way his mother in his ear had taught him. 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out, slow the heart, let the sword see, let the blade warm. The blade warmed. The blade in his hand was pale, not bright, not Callum's butternew white, but pale. He met the first of Kokushibo's 6 cuts, moon-breathing first form, whose name he did not know, with the sun-breathing fourth form, clear blue sky, because it was the form he had drilled most, and the 2 cuts met at an angle that Harry felt in his shoulder was wrong and yet held. Kokushibo did not, for one brief instant, move forward. The moon met the sun, and the moon, for one breath, was not quite moon enough. Kokushibo's 6 eyes narrowed. So, Kokushibo said. Yes, Harry said, they fought. Harry would not, as long as he lived, have words for the 8.5 minutes that followed. He moved. Kokushibo moved. Cuts came and cuts went. Kokushibo's blade divided at one point into a fan of 6 blades that all sprang from the central steel and all cut in different directions at once. And Harry, in the middle of the fan, breathed and his sword answered, and each cut met another cut and each cut held. His left arm, not yet fully healed, took a shallow wound. His cheek took a fresh one. His ankle, he stepped wrong, once on blood, took a twist. But his blade in his hand stayed pale. His breath in his chest stayed slow. And on one cut, the one where Kokushibo tried a pivoting sidestep and Harry followed him into it, on that one cut, Harry's blade flashed not pale but for an instant a clear clean white, and Kokushibo lost a sliver of his left ear. "Oh," Kokushibo said, genuinely surprised. "Sorry," Harry said, genuinely, because it had come out without his meaning it to. "You!" Harry did not wait to hear the rest. He was not going to win this fight. He had known, from the first cut, that he was not going to win this fight. Kokushibo had been a Hashira himself 400 years ago, before his fall, and what stood in front of Harry was 400 more years of practice, 400 more years of steel. What Harry was doing was holding on. What Harry was doing was waiting. Because Callum had said to hold him for sunrise, and it was now, he risked a glance at the great clock above the staircase. It was now 1 in the morning, and the sun would not come up for 6 hours, and in 6 hours Harry Potter would be dead unless. He heard, distantly, Mitsuri Kinroji shouting, a shout of joy or of pain or both, and he heard Jiu Tomioka's soft, level, almost conversational breaths as Jiu engaged Akaza and kept him on the inside of the entrance hall and did not, in 9 minutes of constant cutting, take a single wound. He heard Callum's footwork, the old worn rhythm of a sun-breather, somewhere at his back. He heard Dumbledore and Muzan. He could not see them from here, because they were not in the entrance hall anymore. They were, he realized after a moment, on the ceiling of the great hall, exchanging small, terrible strokes that made the stones, between them, crack. He heard Hermione Granger, on the 4th-floor gallery, cast something he did not know the name of, and he heard, after it, the distinctive low hum of a magical ward coming down, and he thought, "Oh, she is shutting off the retreat. She is closing the flu network. She is sealing the castle gates. She is making sure nobody leaves tonight." He loved her. He loved her so much in that moment that it gave him, weirdly, a surge of strength he had not had half a cut ago. He cut. His blade took a finger off Kokushibo's left hand. Kokushibo did not lose his composure. Kokushibo looked at his own hand. Kokoshibo smiled, the slow, terrible smile of a thing that had been bored for a century, and said pleasantly, "You are a joy, little son. Yes, I may eat you last. You are welcome to try." They engaged again. It was Ron Weasley who turned the tide in the middle. Nobody expected this. Ron Weasley did not expect it. Ron Weasley was, at 1:45 in the morning, standing behind a banister on the third-floor gallery with Hermione next to him, his wand at the ready, his face pale, his hands sweating, doing exactly what he had been told. Holding their segment of the perimeter, closing the wards that Hermione pointed out, casting stunners at anything with red eyes that tried to come up the stairs. 3 of the lower moons were dead, but a 4th, one that Mitsuri had not quite finished, had gotten past Jiu, in the interior stair, bleeding from the ribs, crawling up the marble stair, one hand over the other, muttering. It came up the third-floor gallery toward Hermione. Hermione, in the middle of an incantation to close the 4th-floor flue, did not see it. Ron did. Ron threw himself, literally, bodily, across her, put the wand out at the end of his arm, and did, half from panic and half from 3 days of Jiu Tomioka's water-breathing drills on the grounds, a thing that was not a water-breathing form and was not a stunning charm, but that was, functionally, a very small, improvised, joined pattern of both. The spell left his wand as a thin, curving ribbon of water that froze as it flew, and the ribbon of water as ice took the lower moon's head off at the shoulders in a clean horizontal cut at precisely the moment the lower moon reached for Hermione's ankle. The ice hit the stone and shattered. The demon turned to ash and blew back down the stairs in a small, quick shower. Hermione, beneath Ron, finished her incantation. Then, and only then, she looked up. "Ronald Weasley. I don't know what I just did." "You did not know, Hermione. I don't know what I just did." "Ronald, listen. We can talk about it later. Finish the flues, Hermione. Finish the flues, finish." She finished the flues. She sealed, over the next 2 minutes, every remaining route out of the castle except the front gates. The front gates, per the plan, she left open, because Hermione had understood something Harry had understood and Dumbledore had understood and Callum McBride had understood. If Musin could not leave, Musin would fight to the sunrise, and sunrise was the one thing that actually killed him. At 2 o'clock, the castle was, in effect, a tomb with the lid left open at one end. At 2:03, Mitsuri Kanroji took a bad cut across the ribs from a lower moon and fell down 1 flight of stairs. She did not stop. She was on her feet before she had finished falling. She caught the handrail on the half-landing. She shouted something cheerful and furious in Japanese, Callum at the top of the stair, translated under his breath for nobody. "She is saying that was rude," and she reversed her whip blade, spun it once, and cleaved through the landing and the demon and the banister on the far side, in one long, elegant S-shape that collapsed a wall and killed the demon and did not, very nearly, knock down the chandelier. 2. Mitsuri called cheerfully. 2 down, 3 to go. The remaining demons were Akaza and Kokoshibo. And, upstairs in the Great Hall, Musin, on the ceiling, still fighting Dumbledore and still not, to anyone's knowledge, hurt. Kokoshibo pressed Harry backward through the entrance hall and into the Great Hall itself. He did it in a slow, deliberate way. He was, Harry realized, hurting him, and Harry, not having any better option, went where he was hurted, because the hurting, at least, took him away from the places Callum and Mitsuri and Jiu needed to be able to move through. They ended up halfway down the Great Hall, between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. Above them, on the ceiling, Dumbledore and Musin were fighting, not metaphorically but literally, with their feet on the enchanted sky. The ceiling tonight was not showing clouds. The ceiling was showing the actual sky over Scotland at this moment, black, wind, no stars. Dumbledore was running across it with his wand extended. Musin was running after him. They were leaving, in the visual of the sky, small, brief red and silver arcs which were not stars but were flashes of magic. Occasionally a piece of the ceiling sky would crack, and through the crack Harry would see, very briefly, the actual flagstones of the roof, and then Dumbledore would, with a wave of his wand, mend it, because it would not do, it would really not do, for them to lose the ceiling before dawn. Harry had once thought Dumbledore was merely old. Understood now that he had been wrong about that for years. Kokoshibo, oblivious to the fight above, or perhaps supremely indifferent to it, advanced on Harry along the aisle. Little son. Yes. The sun comes up at 7:12. Yes. I will have killed you by 4. Perhaps you will try and not succeed. Kokoshibo laughed. It was a dry laugh like the rustle of a very old book. You are, he said, far too charming. Your mother was this way also. I remember, you know. Harry went very still. You remember. I do. I was there, not at the house. I was not there at the house. I was in Japan. I came late. I will tell you, little son, because you will be dead shortly. Kokoshibo, for the first time, looked almost sad. I did not know, when I sent my man, that Lily Potter had a son. I did not know. I had sent my man to deal with the mother because the mother had. He shrugged, a quick 6-shouldered shrug. Killed 3 of my students, in Osaka, over the course of a year. It was a debt I owed her. My man was efficient. But after he was dead, my man's associate, who had followed him to England, Voldemort, Harry said. Yes, the wizard, he was not my man, he was an opportunist. He came after my man failed. I was not there, I did not. You didn't know about me? Number Kokoshibo. Yes, you are trying to tell me that it was not a demon who killed my father. A wizard killed your father. A wizard tried to kill you. A wizard nearly killed your mother, but my man, arriving to finish my assignment, found her dying and he was interested. He attempted to turn her. He failed. She killed him with the last cut she ever made. It was, Kokoshibo said, a very beautiful cut by all accounts. She died of her wounds in the hallway. He died of her cut on the lawn. The wizard had already fled. You were crying upstairs. I am very sorry, Harry Potter. I truly did not mean to orphan you. Harry, for one long moment, could not speak. He stood in the aisle of the Great Hall. Above him, Dumbledore and Musin fought on. Around him, the castle's other battles continued. In front of him, a demon who had killed his mother's student and sent her a man to kill her, who had been there or near enough had been a cause in the chain that led to her death, looked at him with 6 eyes that were not, at this moment, cruel. You, Harry said. Yes. You did not kill her. But you, I set the events. Yes. You may kill me for it. I would like you to kill me for it if you can. I have been alive too long, little son. I am ready to stop. I did not know I was ready until just now, hearing myself say this out loud. Your mother's son is something rare. I would like to die against him. I will try to die against him. If you can hold the color until dawn, I will let you cut me in the end. That is my gift. It is the only gift I have left to give. Kokoshibo. I am not lying, little son. Then why are you still fighting me? Because Kibitsuji will know if I stop. And if Kibitsuji knows, Kibitsuji will leave before dawn. You need him held here. I can hold him here in the way that matters by continuing to hunt you. I will make it hard. I will not make it unwinnable. Do you understand? Harry breathed. 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out, he understood. I understand, he said. Then come, Kokoshibo said gently, and show me what your mother taught you. Harry came. At 4:45 in the morning, Jiu Tomioka killed Akaza. He did it with the water-breathing 11th form, Dead Calm, which he had used on Akaza the first time they had met 3 years earlier in Nagano, and which Akaza had, that first time, defeated. Akaza had not prepared a defense for the variant of Dead Calm Jiu had developed in the 3 years since. Akaza had not, in fairness, been preparing at all for anything other than the next engagement. Jiu cut him through the waist and the neck in one motion, and Akaza, smiling, laughing, grateful, died in a puddle of ash at the foot of the staircase with a surprised-looking expression on his face. Jiu did not smile. Jiu did not pause. Jiu looked up at Harry in the Great Hall, 50 feet away, and said, I have Kokoshibo. Harry, who had been flagging, who had taken 3 more small cuts and 1 bad one, who was bleeding from the lip and the ribs and whose blade had been, for the last 5 minutes, wavering between pale and dark pale, stepped back. Tomioka-san, I have him, go up. Go help Dumbledore. Tomioka-san, Kokoshibo is. I know what Kokoshibo is. I have wanted to fight Kokoshibo for 20 years. Step away, Potter, step away. Harry stepped away. Kokoshibo turned slowly to Jiu. The two of them, the water and the moon, looked at one another across the aisle of the Great Hall. Kokoshibo's 6 eyes narrowed and his blade shifted, and he said softly, "Oh, Tomioka, at last." "At last," Jiyu said. Harry, without looking back, ran up the stairs. Above him, on the ceiling, which was now showing a faint, faint gray where a moment ago it had shown black, the first hint of a sky that remembered it was supposed to be getting lighter, Muzan Kibitsuji saw Harry coming and smiled. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 Sun Through Stone. Harry Potter came up the marble staircase 2 steps at a time, and his blade was pale, and his left shoulder was bleeding. And above him, on the ceiling of the Great Hall, Muzan Kibitsuji, a man in a tall collar, with white gloves that were no longer white, with a smile that had worn thin across 4 hours, was standing upside down on a patch of painted sky with his hand on Albus Dumbledore's wrist. Dumbledore's wand was in Dumbledore's other hand. Dumbledore's other hand was raised. The two of them were, for a moment, balanced, Muzan holding Dumbledore by the wrist on the ceiling, Dumbledore holding Muzan in place with something Harry could not see but could feel, some invisible leash in the shape of a word nobody had said. They looked at each other in a silence so deep Harry, climbing, could hear the water in the fountain of the entrance hall. Then Muzan saw Harry. "Oh," Muzan said and smiled. "Oh, the boy." Dumbledore, without turning his head. "Harry, get behind the staff table." Behind the table, not under it. "Sir, behind, now." Harry went behind the table. Behind the staff table, the situation changed. He could see the whole of the Great Hall from there, and he could see the ceiling, and he could see Dumbledore, and he could see Muzan. He could also see, looking up through the tall east windows, that the sky outside was, imperceptibly, beginning not to be quite as black as it had been. It was not dawn, but it was no longer midnight. Muzan released Dumbledore's wrist. He did it slowly, as a man sets down a wine glass he has been interested in. He floated is the word, down from the ceiling to the raised step at the head of the hall, and as he floated the ceiling above him resealed itself along every small crack the fight had made. And by the time Muzan's boots touched the floor, the ceiling was, again, a single unbroken pane of enchanted sky. Dumbledore came down the normal way, which was to say from the ceiling to a chandelier to a table to the floor, none of which took more than a second. He landed beside Harry. He was not out of breath. His beard, though, was half burned. It had been longer half an hour ago. "Harry, sir, we have a problem." "Yes, sir. Mr. Kibitsuji has figured out the trick." "What trick, sir?" "That we are trying to hold him to sunrise. He is not now going to let us hold him to sunrise. He is going to kill us and leave and try again in a century. He will be, for the next half an hour, the most dangerous thing we have ever met. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "I am going to die tonight, Harry." Harry's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. "Sir, perhaps not, perhaps. It is, as always, difficult to say. Do not allow it to distract you. If I fall, you fight on. If I fall and Callum falls and Tomioka falls and Mitsuri falls and you are the last one in this hall, you fight on. That is the instruction." "Yes, sir." "I have loved you very much, my boy." "Sir, I have loved you very much, and I am, with a clean heart, going to make a very large noise in your general direction in approximately 4 seconds. Stand up." Harry stood up. Dumbledore raised his wand. Muzan, on the steps, spread his arms. Muzan said pleasantly, "Shall we?" Dumbledore said nothing. He cast. There were people who, in later years, would try to tell Harry what the next 6 minutes had looked like. Hermione, who had seen the start of it from the 4th-floor gallery before Ron pulled her out of the sightline, would describe it as white light and a noise I had nightmares about for 3 years. Ron, who had spent it sheltering Hermione with his own body behind an overturned bookshelf, would describe it as the 2 biggest lads in a bar having a fist fight in a room that had too many lamps. Mitsuri Kenroji, who had been in the entrance hall holding the throat of a dying lower moon with her foot, and could not herself see the hall, would hear it, afterward, described and would say, solemnly, "That is a Yule dance. That is always what a Yule dance sounds like to me." Callum MacBride, who had been on the landing of the grand staircase holding the corridor against nothing at all at that point, the lower moons were all dead, would stand very still and not turn his head and would tell no one, ever, what he had seen. What Harry saw was this. Dumbledore, for the first time in Harry's memory of him, did not hold back. The old wizard cast a spell Harry did not recognize that did not come out of his wand as a jet, but poured, slowly, as a very long, clean streamer of white fire. And the streamer did not burn Musin so much as bind him. And Musin, for the first time that night, did not smile. Musin pulled against the streamer. Musin pulled like a bull on a rope. The streamer did not give. Musin's arm, the arm closest to the streamer, distended, elongated, sprouted a second arm out of the elbow, and the second arm came up to try to snap the streamer. Dumbledore, without looking, flicked his wand. A second streamer joined the first. Musin's second arm came off at the shoulder. Unfair, Musin hissed. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. He drew the streamers toward him, reeling Musin in. Musin lashed out. Musin's body erupted, suddenly, into a shape that was not, properly, a body, into a thing with 6 limbs and a long neck and a face on the stomach and claws the size of short swords. And the thing came at Dumbledore in a rush of motion so fast that Harry did not see it move but saw, instead, the place where it had been empty and the place where it had arrived full. The claws were about to take Dumbledore's head off. Dumbledore stepped to one side. He stepped in the way Harry had seen only once before, in the entrance hall, and the claws passed through the place he had been and hit the stone behind him. And the stone, which had stood for 1,000 years, cracked. Dumbledore cast a second spell, a silver spell. A spell with teeth in it. Harry had never seen a spell with teeth, and he could not have drawn it afterward, but the spell had had teeth and it had bitten. It had bitten through a length of the demon shape at the joint, and the demon shape had for the first time made a sound that was not polite. Musin contracted. Musin was, again, a man in a tall collar. You, he hissed. Yes, Dumbledore said. You are not what you had been told I was. Number I told you, Mr. Kibitsuji. I have been in rooms with very old things before. I am older than I look. I will not, in the end, kill you in this hall, but I will wound you here, very badly, Mr. Kibitsuji, in the sunlight that is about to enter through those windows. I will wound you in a way that will take a century to regrow. That is what I have come here to do tonight. You, Dumbledore cast again. Musin met it. The air between them, for the better part of a minute, was a wall of white fire and black not fire. A standing, roaring, not quite visible thing that boiled the tapestries on the walls and cracked the pane of one of the lower windows, and which, against every law Harry had been taught about the enchantments of Hogwarts, did not hurt the ceiling. The ceiling was not theirs. The ceiling was Hermione's, and Hermione, somewhere above him, had wards in place that would not come down until sunrise, and sunrise was 16 minutes away. 16 minutes. Harry looked up at the east window. The sky, through the tall leaded panes, was not yet lit, but it was gray. Not black. Gray. A gray so faint that anyone else would have said it was still night, but Harry had trained at dawn every morning of his 15th year, and he knew the color of every minute of the hour before sunrise. This was 5:55. This was 25 minutes to sunrise. They could do this. Dumbledore in front of him staggered. Musin had landed a blow. Harry did not see it. He saw the aftermath. Dumbledore went down on one knee, his wand still raised but not quite in the line it had been a second before, and he said very softly, "Ah," and Harry saw the red spot on the side of his robe grow from a pin's head to a saucer in 5 seconds. "Sir, stay there." "Sir, stay, Harry." Harry stayed. Dumbledore on one knee cast once more. The streamer of white fire re-emerged from his wand, slower than before, shorter than before, but brighter than before. It wrapped around Musin's ankle. It held. Musin looked down at the streamer, and then up at Dumbledore, and then around at the room. And then, in a motion that was as fast as the first one in the night had been, he stooped down and took Dumbledore's wand hand at the wrist and crushed. The wand broke. The old phoenix feather wand of Albus Dumbledore, the wand of destiny, the death stick, the thing Harry Potter would not for another 2 years come to know was the single most storied weapon in the wizarding world, broke across Musin Kibitsuji's palm into 3 pieces, and Dumbledore, kneeling, sagged. "Ah," Dumbledore said. Musin smiled. The smile was not, this time, charming. The smile was a thing from a much older face. "Well, headmaster? Well, Mr. Kibitsuji? Shall we finish this?" "Yes, I think so." "Any last words?" Dumbledore looked for a brief second past Musin. past Musin to Harry, who was standing behind the staff table with his sword in his right hand and his mother's letter in his inside pocket and a tight, horrified, waiting expression on his face. "Harry," Dumbledore said, not loud, not soft, just the normal speaking voice. "Behind you." Harry did not turn around. There was nothing behind him but the wall. Musin, above Dumbledore, frowned. Musin, above Dumbledore, turned his head very slightly. Dumbledore, quick as a cat, reached across with his left hand into the inside of his own robe, drew a second wand. A short, plain wand of yew Harry had never seen before, and put it under Musin's jaw and said, "Fulmines." The light that came out of the yew wand was not the white light. It was a yellow light. It was the color of sun. It came up through Musin Kibitsuji's jaw and out the top of his head, and it did not, like most spells, stop. It kept going, a long, unbroken, sun-colored lance, and it punched through the ceiling of the Great Hall, through the enchanted sky, through the stone, through the slates of the roof, and it continued up into the sky of Scotland, a line of yellow that ended, eventually, about a mile above the castle, and that took the top of Musin Kibitsuji's head with it. The rest of Musin Kibitsuji staggered. The rest of Musin Kibitsuji did not fall. It reached up, regrew what had been lost in an instant, the head full of black hair, the eyes, the mouth, the tall collar, and reformed. Musin stood, reborn, above a kneeling Dumbledore. Musin's expression was, for the first time since the night had begun, not anything like a smile. Musin raised his hand. "Ah," Musin said. "Ah, headmaster, so close, you have done yourself proud." Dumbledore on one knee did not answer. Dumbledore on one knee looked over Musin's shoulder again at Harry. This time when he looked, he winked, and Harry understood. The hole in the ceiling. The hole in the ceiling of the Great Hall was directly above the raised step at the head of the hall, and directly above Musin, and through the hole in the ceiling of the Great Hall, Dumbledore had not been trying to kill Musin with that cast. Dumbledore had been making a window, a hole clean through to the sky, a hole for the sun to come through. The sun was not yet up, but it was coming. 15 minutes. "Sir," Harry whispered. Dumbledore smiled at him. "Hold him, Harry," Dumbledore said softly, almost pleasantly. "Hold him here. I have been very glad to teach you. Tell Minerva I left a note on the desk." "Sir, hold him, Harry." And Dumbledore, with his good hand, raised his second wand, the yew wand, at Musin's chest and cast one more time, and the cast was not a sun-colored spell but a red one, and it entered Musin's chest and did not leave it, and Musin looked down and saw the red and laughed, because it was not, in any obvious way, a spell that would harm him. Musin looked at Dumbledore with renewed amusement and said, "What was that supposed to do, old M?" The red spell exploded. It did not hurt Musin. It was not meant to. It melted the stone floor around Musin, 4 feet on every side, into a small shallow basin of glass, which rose up in a ring to a height of 3 inches, and then it cooled. Musin Kibitsuji, in the middle of the basin, looked down. A bowl?" he said. "You have made me a bowl?" "Yes," Dumbledore said. "What good does it will hold the sun. When it comes, I have rather enchanted it, you see. The edge of the glass will not let the sun, once it falls into the basin, leave. Until you do. Good morning, Mr. Kibitsuji. Good luck." And Albus Dumbledore, his beard mostly burned off, his robe soaked through with blood, his wand broken, his second wand spent, and a small, quiet, deeply amused look on his face, said to Harry over his shoulder, "All yours, my boy," and fell very gently forward onto the flagstones. He did not get up again. Musin Kibitsuji stood in his small glass bowl on the dais of the Great Hall, and he looked at the ceiling hole, and he looked at his own boots, and he began immediately to try to step out of the bowl. He could not. The rim of the glass rose as a visible thing, faintly, faintly golden against the gray stone. Whatever Dumbledore's spell had been, it was holding. Harry Potter came around the staff table. He did not hurry. He did not need to. He was not going to give Musin any help getting out of that bowl. And Musin, having just spent 6 minutes in single combat with one of the most powerful wizards of the century, was, Harry could see, now, not actually, fine. Musin's white gloves were stained. Musin's lips were pale. Musin's eyes were, for the first time in any story Harry had been told about him, uncertain. "Mr. Kibitsuji, Harry Potter, the sun is coming." "Yes." You are not leaving that bowl until it does. That, Musin said with some effort, remains to be seen. I am here, Harry said, to make sure. He raised his sword. He breathed, 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. His blade, pale for the last hour, warmed. It warmed past pale. It warmed past white. It warmed, and Harry would only realize this afterward, when Callum told him afterward, to a gold that was not, quite, a color a sword was supposed to be able to hold. Call it sun. Call it the color of a lit candle at the dark end of a corridor. Call it the color of a mother's last smile at a 1-year-old child over a cradle. Harry was not counting its color. Harry was counting his breaths and holding on each hold the thought that had carried him up the stairs. Hello, Mum. Here I am. He advanced on the bowl. Musin in the bowl tried to strike. His arm sprouted 6 new arms. The 6 new arms had 6 new claws. The 6 new claws cut at Harry. Harry, one-handed, met them. Sun-breathing 13th form had, Callum had said, taken most men 200 years to learn. Harry did not know the 13th form. He had never been taught it. But the other 12 forms of sun-breathing were, he had learned, not exactly, separate techniques. They were pieces of one single technique. They were the same technique split into 12 motions so that a human body could learn them one at a time. And if a swordsman were, at a particular moment, sufficiently exalted, sufficiently breathful, sufficiently undestroyed by fear, sufficiently carried by the ghost of a mother who had stood in the same position against the same demon's line a generation before, then the 12 forms could rejoin into the one, and the one was what this was. Harry Potter, at 6:08 in the morning on the dais of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, in the shadow of a dying Albus Dumbledore, drew the 13th form of sun breathing for the first time without ever having been shown it. He drew it against a demon held in a bowl of his headmaster's last working spell. He drew it against the red-eyed man who had, so long ago, knelt by a fisherman on a Devon beach and stolen the face Harry had been dreaming about for 6 years. He drew it against the origin. The 13th form was not one cut. It was, in the motion of it, 12 cuts delivered in sequence with no apparent interval between them, a single expanded gesture the body executed in the time of a single gesture, and that the air received as 12. Harry's blade passed through Musin's 6 arms in 6 cuts. Harry's blade passed through Musin's regrowing second arms in 2 cuts. Harry's blade, on the 9th cut, took off Musin's left leg. On the 10th, his right. On the 11th, his head. On the 12th, the slowest of them, the one that took longest, the one that Callum would later describe to him as the sun's own cut, the one that leaves the mark, Harry's blade went through the center of Musin Kibitsuji's chest, from collarbone to waist, and it stopped there. The blade did not move again. Harry did not move. Musin, on his knees in his bowl, looked up at him. Musin's face was regrowing. He was regrowing his jaw, his throat, a quarter of his skull, but slowly. Much more slowly than he had been regrowing anything else all evening. He did not now have enough pieces left to come apart and put himself back together very quickly. Behind Harry, the east windows of the Great Hall, 15 minutes earlier gray, began to let in a color. A very thin, very pale, very specific color. Pink. The pink, in 10 seconds, became the pink of an apricot. The apricot, in 20 seconds, became an orange. The orange, in a minute, became the first lit edge of the disk of the sun. Through the hole in the ceiling Dumbledore had punched out of the enchanted sky, the first ray of sun came down, like a very straight, very bright, very patient spear of light, and it touched the glass rim of the basin Musin Kibitsuji was kneeling in. The basin, obedient to a dead wizard's charm, held the light. The light filled the bowl. It filled it the way a very bright liquid fills a cup. Musin Kibitsuji for the last time looked up. His eyes met Harry's. "Little son," he said around his still regrowing jaw, "you win." "Yes," Harry said softly, "I do." The sun came up fully. The bowl filled completely. Musin Kibitsuji in the light, not screaming because he was too dignified for that, and not fighting because he was too intelligent for that, only looking at Harry with a face that was, at last, very tired, dissolved. Not to ash. A demon as old as Musin did not, in the last of it, leave ash. He left a very faint, very warm, very brief cloud of something like smoke, which the basin held for another 10 seconds, and then, at Dumbledore's spell's end, released into the morning. The cloud drifted up through the hole in the ceiling. The cloud was, by the time it cleared the roof, gone. Harry Potter stood on the dais of the Great Hall in a long slant of new sunlight, with his sword held out in front of him, and he watched the last of Muzan Kibitsuji go, and he lowered his sword, and he went down on one knee next to Albus Dumbledore, who was smiling faintly with his eyes closed. "Sir." "Did we?" "We did." Oh, good, oh, very good, oh, I am pleased." "Sir, you, Harry, my boy." "Yes, sir. I am going in a moment." "Sir, tell Minerva I tell her I, yes, sir." "Tell her I am sorry about the pies, she will know." Harry could not, for a moment, do anything but laugh. Dumbledore faintly laughed with him. And then Dumbledore, with one last very small contented exhale, did not laugh again. He did not speak again. His hand in Harry's went heavy. Harry held it for a long time. It was Minerva McGonagall who came first. Running down the corridor from her office with her tartan dressing gown flapping behind her, and her face set into the particular granite no expression she wore when she had been crying somewhere nobody could see. It was Hermione and Ron who came next, skidding around the corner together, their hands full of each other. And Hermione, seeing Dumbledore and seeing Harry holding his hand, put her free hand very hard over her mouth and did not make a sound. It was Callum MacBride who came in last from the entrance hall, limping, with his own blade sheathed and a bad cut on his temple and the weight of 30 minutes of a different fight on his shoulders. And he looked at the dais, and he looked at the bowl of glass with its thin, high golden rim already cooling, and he looked at Harry, and he said, softly, "Oh, boy, oh, Lily's boy." He came up the dais. He sat down beside Harry. He put one arm around Harry's shoulders, and he did not say anything else for a long time, because there was nothing else to say, and because in the grand ballroom of Lost there was, after all, a certain old and honored silence, and Callum MacBride had learned, over the course of 40 years, which silences to keep. Giyu Tomioka came up the hall next. He had blood in his mouth. He had a long, very clean cut along the inside of his left forearm. He was carrying in his right hand something small and round wrapped in the cloth of his own Haori. "Kokoshibo," he said to Harry, not as a question. "Yes, he is dead." "Yes." Giyu looked down at Dumbledore. He looked for a long moment. "I am sorry, Professor," Giyu said quietly to the body. "I did not know you long." He set the thing in his hands down on the edge of the dais. It was, Harry saw, Kokoshibo's head. "He asked me," Giyu said, looking at Harry, "before I cut. He asked me to give you his apology. I give it to you. I cannot say on his behalf that it was sincere, but it was what he said. I also cannot, for other reasons, bring myself to grieve Shinizugawa Yoriichi's brother. Your mother, he told me, at the start of our fight, he told me what had happened. It doesn't fix it. But it helps me know where to put it." "Yes." Giyu, still looking at Harry, reached out and very awkwardly, very gently, with the hand that was not holding Kokoshibo's head, touched Harry's cheek, where one of the knight's cuts still seeped. "Your mother," he said, very quietly, "would be proud of you." Harry, at last, wept. He wept for his mother, and for his father, and for the Dursleys who had fed him tinned beans, and for the blind man on the porch in Japan, and for Dolar's Umbridge whose mind had been eaten, and for 6 children in Hogwarts robes who had not lived to finish term, and for Dumbledore, whose hand was still in his, and for the 2 days of training with Callum, and for his godfather who did not know what Harry had been doing all summer, and for himself. A 14-year-old boy sitting on the dais of his school's dining hall in a pool of cooling sunlight next to the body of a very old friend, holding the hand of that old friend who was not going to get up. Nobody tried to stop him. Nobody tried to help. They let him weep. After a long time, Mitsuri Kinroji, who had come into the hall at some point during it and who had, in her characteristic fashion, settled on the floor beside Ron and Hermione with a bleeding arm held over her head the way one holds an umbrella, said in a small, clear voice, "Is it over?" "Yes," Giyu said. "He is truly dead." "Yes." "All of them?" "All the ones in the castle. There will be stragglers. A few dozen. In Japan, a few hundred. They will die in the next week." "Why?" "Because Muzan is dead and all demons share a drop of his blood." "Oh." Mitsuri looked at her hand, at the cut on her arm, at the others. "Oh, Tomioka-san. We did it, we did what we were made to do." "Yes, and I am alive." "Yes, and you are alive." "Yes, and Muakiro is on a ship and will, I think, be cross when he arrives." "Yes, and Jaiomai is walking." Ah, Mitsuri, small and pink and green-haoried, laid her head against Ron Weasley's shoulder, which was a thing Ron Weasley did not know what to do with, and closed her eyes. "Wake me in an hour," she said. "I will be useful again in an hour." Ron did not move. Ron was not going to move. Hermione, beside him, reached out and took his free hand and held it. They sat there in that quiet hall as the sun came fully up. Years later, Harry would find it very hard to describe, to people who had not been there, what the morning after had been like. The world had not ended. The Daily Prophet had not led with Hogwarts attacked, because the story had been, for a series of reasons Hermione had foreseen and quietly arranged, kept out of the papers. The Ministry had been told a partial and deeply inadequate version of events that involved the word accident. The students had been given an extra day of sleep. Breakfast had been served at 11 o'clock. Dumbledore had been buried, a small, private, very Hogwarts affair in the White Tomb by the lake, 2 days later. McGonagall had given the speech. It had been, by general consensus, brief, exact, and devastating. Callum MacBride had stayed a week. He had gone back after the week to the Orkneys, promising to write, promising to visit, promising, the thing that had meant most to Harry, to teach. He had left Harry the lock of his mother's hair, in its small box. He had left Harry a list of sun-breathing forms and exercises in his own hand, with little notes in the margins that read things like "You will hate this one," and "Your mother hated this one too," "Persevere," and "If you stop doing this, you will go backward." Jiu Tomioka had gone home to Japan. He had, at the gate of Hogsmeade Station, shaken Harry's hand. He had said, "Potter. Yes, you are a Hashira. Yes, Tomioka-san, come and visit in the summer. I will. Bring Weasley. I will. He is serviceable." Jiu, for the second time in Harry's acquaintance with him, smiled. "Yes," he had said, and boarded the train. Mitsuri Kenroji had cried at the same gate happily and had hugged them all three and had kissed Hermione, to Hermione's enormous, speechless astonishment, firmly on the forehead, and had promised, on the way out, to write. She had in fact written, approximately every 10 days for the rest of Harry's life, long letters full of exclamation points and recipes, and every so often, news of how a particular technique in love-breathing was progressing. Harry Potter had gone back to school. He had, on his first day back, taken his charms test, and had scored, for the first time in his life, an O. Hermione, who had scored an O on the same test, had refused to eat lunch for an hour out of sheer offended pride. Ron had scored an E and had, for his part, been utterly unperturbed. "I have," Ron had said, eating a sausage at the Gryffindor table, "a very excellent wand trick, and that is worth more than a charms O." In the year that followed, Harry would ascend in the formal ranks of a corps he still had not, quite, figured out how he fit into. Kagaya Ubuyashiki would live another 8 months and would write him, at the end, a long and beautiful letter that he would not be able to read without crying for a decade. The corps itself would, in the years following Muzan Kibitsuji's death, change. Some of the Hashira would leave, some would stay. The organization would, slowly shrink, because what it had been made to do was, finally, done. Harry would not, after his 17th birthday, have to kill another demon. The ones that had survived the night at Hogwarts would, over the weeks and months following, die of not having Muzan's blood to drink from, and nothing would take their place, because there was no one any longer to make them. The world would have, for the first time in 1100 years, a morning without the need for a sun-breather. It would, Harry thought, on the long train ride back to London for the summer holidays, with Ron asleep against his shoulder and Hermione reading across from him, with the hilt of the Star and Sun-colored blade resting under his jumper warm against his spine, with his mother's letter in his inside pocket, folded in the same place it had lived for a year and a half, be a very strange thing to miss. But he suspected, in time, he would not miss it. He would still fight. There would still be other fights, he knew, there were always other fights, and he was, now, trained for all of them. but the specific fight he had been born for was, now, won. The thing his mother had left him to do, he had done. The fisherman on the Devon beach had been avenged. The boy in the gully at Hogsmeade had been avenged. The 6 Hogwarts students in the Fluelight had been avenged. Dumbledore had been, well, Dumbledore had not been avenged because there was no one left to avenge him against, but Dumbledore had been honored, which was, Harry suspected, what Dumbledore would have preferred. The train pulled into King's Cross. Ron woke up. Hermione closed her book. Harry looked out of the window at the platform. There, standing at the barrier in a tweed coat, was Sirius Black, who had been told, finally, at the end of a long and difficult conversation in which Harry had had to retell most of the last 2 years, and Sirius had had to take the whole story sitting down, what his godson had been doing all this time. Sirius had not been angry. Sirius had said at the end, simply, "Your mother would be so proud, Harry." Harry believed him. Harry picked up his trunk. He stepped off the train. He walked to meet his godfather in the morning light. Behind him, on the train, Hermione and Ron walked hand in hand. In his inside pocket, his mother's letter, read so many times now the paper had gone soft as cloth, sat where it always sat. Across his back, under his jacket, the sword hung where it always hung, warm against his spine, its low red pulse steady, its faint gold underlay now never quite leaving. The sun was up. The sun, as Lily Evans Potter had written to her son in a lacquer box 15 years before, belonged to them. Not to them. Never to them. The sun was ours first, and the sun was his now. Harry walked forward into it. Epilogue. 12 weeks later, in a garden in a prefecture Harry had never seen, Kagaya Ubuyashiki knelt in a row of white chrysanthemums with a pair of shears, and she looked up as a gate at the far end of the path opened, and she did not, for a moment, recognize the boy who had come through it. He had grown. That was the thing she had not quite expected. He had left her father's estate as a shy, tall 14-year-old with hair that would not lie down, and he had returned, 15, and officially in the records of the Corps, a man with the same hair, but with shoulders an inch wider and a walk that was, now, very deliberately a swordsman's walk. Not a killer's walk. Not an arrogant walk. The walk of a person who was permanently aware of the space around them and of the cost of the motion they made in it. He was, she thought with a pang, his mother's son down to the bones. Ron and Hermione came in behind him, awkwardly, holding each other by the hand, looking around in wonder at the lantern-stone path and the chrysanthemums and the koi pond and the 3 retired Hashira who had, of course, all come out for the occasion, and Harry paused at the center of the path, and he saw Kanata kneeling, and he crossed to her, and he knelt down opposite her in the gravel. He did not bow. He did not need to. Kanata-san. Harry. He went very peacefully. 2 days before you wrote. He left you, we have it for you inside. The Haori. Yes. Kanata-san, he wanted you to have it. You should put it on, you will feel better. It is a thing that works on the body, I think, more than on the heart. Come inside. Let me show you where he used to sit. She rose. She led them inside. The hut was exactly as Harry had remembered it, which was to say clean, sparse, full of the particular afternoon light that filtered through paper screens, smelling of cypress and of a faint ghost of tea. On the low lacquered table in the middle of the room, folded very neatly, was a Haori the color of a winter dawn, white shading into a very soft apricot at the hem, with a long gold stripe down each long sleeve and a very small pair of paired suns, hand-stitched by Kanata herself over the course of 6 months, at each shoulder. Harry unfolded it. He stood up. He put it on. It fit. It fit the way a thing fit that had, at the start of its making, been measured for a specific person. Kanata's eyes filled. She did not, with her usual strictness, allow them to spill. Well, she said briskly, yes, I am pleased, I will make you tea. Sit. They sat. Mitsuri Kinroji, who had been sitting in the corner pretending to read and was now frankly beaming at all of them, stood up, hugged Ron Weasley hard enough to lift him off the floor, and sat down beside Hermione, who this time did not flinch. Gyomai Heimjima, the stone Hashira, who had arrived at Hogwarts 3 days after the fight, and had, by general agreement, been given the enormous task of burying Dumbledore properly, sat in the corner on his enormous legs and said softly, "It is good. It is good that we are together." Jiyu Tomioka, sitting against the wall with his hot water, did not say anything, but the corner of his mouth moved once and Harry saw it, and the two of them nodded to each other across the room. Kanata poured the tea. They drank the tea. And Harry Potter, in a Haori a dead man had made for him, in a room where his mother had sat 20 years before, in the company of his two best friends and 4 people who had become, over a span of weeks, something between colleagues and family, understood finally what the word home meant when it was used, in the old core songs, about a house that was not, properly, one's own house. The word meant a roof, any roof that contains the people you would die for and the person you would die for them beside. He had one now. He had one in Scotland. He had one, it seemed, here. He would, for the rest of his life, a long life, it turned out, a peaceful one mostly, a good one, by the standards he had been raised to care about, have both. A decade later, Harry Potter sat on his own porch, in the hills north of the house where his parents had died, which he had rebuilt from the ground up for his young family. And he watched his son try, for the 7th time that afternoon, to swing a wooden sword without falling over. "Dad," said James Sirius Potter, frustrated, furious, extremely 5, "I can't do it. Try again, love. Why can't I do it? Because you are angry at the sword. The sword does not like being angry at. I am not angry at the sword. You are, look at your hands." James looked at his hands. "Oh," he said, "I am. How do I stop?" "You breathe." "I'm breathing." "You are breathing, love, but not in the shape that helps. Try this. 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out." James tried. Again. "Do not count. Let the count fall away. Breathe as if the sun were coming up." James tried. On the 19th try, his small wooden sword, in the late afternoon light on the porch of Godric's Hollow, in the yard where his grandmother had died, came down in a clean, straight, surprising cut, and he sat down on the porch step grinning, astonished, and said, "I did it." "You did, love. How long did it take you?" "Months. Your grandmother, when she was your age, took 2 weeks. She was faster than all of us." James considered this. Was she as good at it as you, Dad?" "Much better." "Really? Oh, much. She was, James, she was the best." James thought about that. Then he reached up and held his father's hand, in the small, awkward way 5-year-olds did, and said, "I miss her too, Dad." Harry Potter, who had not expected the sentence, and who was never going to be prepared for it no matter how many more times a child said it, closed his eyes for a moment and breathed. 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out. "Me too, love," he said. The sun, over the hill, went down. Behind him, in the house, Ginny called the boys in for dinner. Harry picked up his son. He walked into the light of his own kitchen, and the door closed behind him with the soft, small sound of a door that had been hung by a man who had, at last, learned to hang a door properly. And inside the kitchen were a wife he adored and a daughter who had, at the age of 3, already declared an interest in what she called Mummy's broomsticks, and a baby, the youngest, asleep in a wicker carry cot on the table. There was soup on the stove. There was bread on the counter. There was, on the dresser, under a small framed photograph of a young red-haired woman laughing at the camera with her hand over her mouth, the black lacquer box that had lived, all these years, in the room of a blind man on a porch in Japan, and which now, on nights when Harry needed to, he opened and read his mother's letter in, one more time, and folded and returned. The sword, these days, stayed in the box, too. He did not need it often. Once, perhaps, a year. Sometimes not even that. But the Haori he still wore, on the mornings he remembered. And the breathing, 4 in, 4 hold, 6 out, he did, every morning of his life for the rest of it, and folded on the chair by the door where he always put it, the old, soft, white-tanned apricot Haori that Kagaya Ubuyashiki had made him, 20 years ago now. It was going on 20, rested, with the 2 small suns at the shoulders still as bright as the day they had been sewn. Chapter 6 End.